It is Monday, 26th of April. I think it's April. It is another Monday and of course another stream. And today we have a few exciting, very interesting topics that I kind of want to talk about. With this new chart that you can see right there. We have a few topics that I kind of want to cover today. First of all, hold on, my screen is dirty. There you go. Before I start, yeah, it is a Monday, of course. Hopefully everybody had a great weekend. My weekend was pretty simple, pretty easy. I was able to work on some stream stuff, as you can see, some new content ideas, if you want to call it that, and then also just the private stuff. And yeah, today we have different topics. Let me go through all of them right now. Of course, it is another day, and of course another quick sketch. Who would have guessed? 30-minute quick sketch, meaning basically a daily 3D image created in 30 minutes, and a quick show reel compilation in the end, showing the work basically from the last 2 months. The show reel basically runs while I upload my image, so that you don't have to look at me basically just fiddling around with my phone and uploading my image to social media. So that's going to be the first half, roughly like an hour or so. That's of course part of every day's that's part of the stream every day. And then of course we have two topics for today that I kind of want to cover. The first one, actually, yeah, let's go for the first one. Cycle text. That's a new how would you call it, like a new update. Cycles is almost 10 years old, and the Blender Foundation announced a new and exciting update. So they just recently, I think last week, I think on Friday or so, they announced a new project that they're working on, which looks very promising for the future of Cycles. And we're going to go through basically the basics and what the current status is and how it looks. Looks very promising, very good results already. But yeah, that's gonna be the second topic for today. That's gonna follow, of course, after the 30-minute quick sketch. 30-minute quick sketch will roughly take roughly like an hour, because we don't only create the image in 30 minutes, but we also do a little bit of post-production. So in the end, it'll be roughly 50 minutes to an hour. And then of course we have another very interesting topic for me, very exciting. Of course, Cycles is always exciting as well, but we have another one, which will be Softwrap 2. Who knows what Softwrap 2 is? Softwrap 2 is an add-on that can speed up Retopology immensely, in theory at least. So today we're going to see if that's true. We're going to experiment with Softwrap 2. Basically, just to quickly explain what Softwrap is, it is basically an add-on that you can buy, so it costs money, which lets you reuse or more easily apply a base mesh to your current mesh. So if you, for example, which is of course something that I do a lot, you sculpt, for example, a character, then you have the sculpted basically object or the sculpted model. The problem, of course, with that is that it's harder to use that for topology, for example, or you can't really apply textures to it if they're not procedural textures. So what you would have to do is you would have to retopologize it. So you can either do that with a base mesh that you can then apply to it with, for example, the usual modifiers like shrink wrap, the shrink wrap modifier, and then basically fiddling around so that it fits onto the sculpt, so that you then at the end have a better basically topology that you can then use for not only texturing, creating an actual UV map, but actually also for stuff like animations, or just overall increasing the performance of that object in Blender. So today we're going to try and oh yeah, Softwrap is basically, in theory, it works like shrink wrap interactively. Like it's an interactive shrink wrap basically, meaning that it also shrinks down onto the object. The difference is, or like it fits to this, it sticks to the surface of an object, for example, like sculpt. The difference is that it's basically interactive, so it's a simulation. It's a custom, I think it was what was it, soft body simulation, meaning that it behaves similar to soft body or cloth in the sense that it like if you apply or if you enable sticky or stickiness, that it then like wraps or like sticks to the surface, and then you can like push it around. It like slides over the sculpt, and you can like set little pins, which then serve you with basically putting your topology where you need it. So we're gonna kind of try if like we're gonna experiment with it a little bit. I have a test subject that we're gonna try it on, and then yeah, in the end we're gonna have a little conclusion, or at least like we can like conclude our first experiment with Softwrap, if it's like very easy to pick up, for example, or if we need more time experimenting with it. And that's gonna be basically the second topic for today, or the third if you want to count the 30-minute quick sketch. And then if we have maybe a little bit more time, I don't know if the cycles topic and Softwrap take too much time. If not, then we still have some time for our current long-term project, which will be the MSI Creator Award. The MSI Creator Award, the what was it, submission deadline is in May, end of May, so next month basically. Roughly 35 days. So we still have to finish that. We're right now at the step of creating like basically, or retopologizing the current sculpt so that it fits quite well for the Softwrap add-on to test, so we can maybe even use that there. And then yeah, that's gonna be the last topic if we have some more time, and we can then go over there and work on that some more. But that's gonna be the topic for today. If you see this in as a video, I'm gonna put the timestamps in the description. If they're not there, maybe like if they're not there yet, I either haven't put them there because it's too early, so I usually put them in there like a day later, or I forgot it. That's of course the second possibility. But yeah, that's gonna be the topics for today, and tomorrow we can see tomorrow's topic in another screen. Let's go to Blender, and then we can start basically with the 30-minute quick sketch. Of course, yeah, as I said before, if you want to see the individual timestamps, you can see look into the description. Hopefully I'll put them there. I'll make sure that I do. And then yeah, I would say let's start with the first topic, which is the 30-minute quick sketch. There you go. So of course, every day I do a 30-minute quick sketch. I already have an idea for this one. What I do, of course, is usually I include my favorite dude, Robert, with the base mesh. Let me just quickly pull him up, and then I have my timer ready. Before I am there though, let me just quickly pull up Robert, and then we can start with the quick sketch. Okay, hold on. I want to lower the volume a little bit of my music. A little bit loud. There you go. Just a little bit quieter. Okay, so Blender Cloud. There you go. Okay, let's go. There it is. Male human base mesh. Okay, Robert is ready. I am ready as well. 30-minute quick sketch. I have an idea what I want to do, a rough idea. So let's see if we can yeah, produce something interesting. Quick sketch number 85, actually. It's quick sketch 85. Soon we're gonna be at 100. Only 15 left. Yeah, I'm ready. Hopefully you are as well. The timer's ready. So I would say 3, 2. Oh, hold on. I have to start recording for tomorrow's basically time lapse. 3, 2, 1, go. There you go. Upwards. First of all, I need my Roberto. Oh no, yeah, he's called Roberto, not Robert. There you go. Almost forgot his name. There you go. That's the base mesh. There he is. Okay, so of course we don't need these overlays, basically overlays for the bones. So the rig isn't just like sticks. We can actually see what these handles do. It's just easier and more intuitive to use them in that way, I think. That's why I made these overlays. And then, yeah, let's do something. Oh, no, I'm going to pose him first. I think that's the easiest part. Let's go in here, pose mode. There you go. So what I'm going to do first is I will, should he stand or should he sit? I think I'm going to make him stand. I think that's better. There you go. Maybe a little bit hunched forward, or no, he's gonna like stand upright, but a little bit, his knees should bend a little bit. There you go. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna rotate his hip a little bit. Rotate his hip in this direction as well, so that it's a little bit asymmetrical. Move his left leg a little bit back. The other one can be a little bit more in the center. There you go. Making just the pose a little bit more interesting than just standing like perfectly straight, and it looks like a little bit more organic. There you go. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pose his hands just roughly in the beginning, of course, because I need a prop that I'm still that I still need to model, so I can't really finish his pose completely just yet. Okay, let me put his hand up here first. There you go. That should be good for now. And then I'm gonna make the prop. Oh. Okay, perfect. Ooh. Let me maybe... Actually, no, I want to make his hands higher. I kind of have to have a very... kind of want to make a very dramatic pose, so his hand will be a little bit higher. This one as well, just making sure that he's catching it if it falls down. There you go, perfect. Okay, so we have the basic pose. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna rotate this a little bit just to make it a little bit more interesting. There you go, rotate it back. Welcome back, Vincent32. Hope you had a great weekend. Mine was pretty chill. We're working on the quick sketch, and this one's actually pretty simple. So next up I need a model, which will be a UV sphere. There you go. Okay, let's go. And I also made a few changes to the stream. I can show you them when we're done with this. There you go. Okay, so first of all, I need to make a flask. A round flask is my plan. So what I'm going to do is I will probably choose more than just these few. Maybe these faces should be enough now. Pull them up. Scale them on the z-axis by 0, so they're all on the same level. And then we can make a better flask. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to use a subdivision modifier to make it like basically smoother. Set it to smooth so that it's even smoother. Oh, I never noticed that. So Vicente, I mean, yeah, I'll remember that. Now that you mention it, it's definitely stuck in my brain. It's crazy, like it's sometimes like you read something and you don't even notice that it's like way different than you actually like read it the first time, and then once you read it you kind of remember it that way. Oh, there you go. And down there, perfect. So Actually, no, I'm not gonna make the inside. That's not necessary. What we need though, actually, I think I will. What I'm gonna do though is I'm gonna go in here, select everything, duplicate and scale it down. This way we already have the inside of the bottle. Now we can do the outside. Nope, that's not gonna be a light bulb. That's gonna be something different. It also has to do with signs. But it's not a light bulb. Oh, you can already see Roberto waiting to get this object in his hands. So, okay. So let's go in here, extrude outwards. There you go. Extrude up a little bit, not too much. And then, so we have to kind of hit the same width so we can go into this view so we can see where the edge is. Can we though? Yeah, I think we should. So now we can just extrude and scale down up till there, I think. There you go. Now we have, oh no, we have to go a little bit further. So I think up to there. There you go. Now we have a perfect alignment from these two edge rings, so we can just bridge them now. And they're connected. Perfect. Okay. So now it doesn't look like a light bulb anymore, I hope. Let's just quickly recalculate inside and outside so the lighting is correct. There you go. Then we can pull up this edge right there. Okay, perfect. Next up, I want to make this a little bit sharper here. So we're going to use two edges to make it sharper. There you go. So the first part, pretty simple. Maybe a little bit big, but I mean, we can probably make it a little bit smaller. Let's see. By selecting this part here. Let's see if that works. And then just, oh, we need a little bit more. There you go. Scaling it down on the Z-axis. Pulling it up. Hopefully that works. I think that looks better now. Yeah. Okay, so we have the first part. We need another part, which is the thing at the top, so that no liquid can escape. Let's do that real quick. Should be a complex model. Of course, it's just a cylinder, so we can just pull it up, make it smaller, line it first. There you go. Line tools, X and Y. There you go. We can then use a subdivision surface just to make it a little bit smoother. Reduce these like edges on the side. We can set it to smooth. There you go. And then we're gonna put the same down here. Perfect. We can also go in here. You see these very like zigzag edges. We can reduce or like remove them by insetting this face. This way, it's just the subdivisions work a little bit different. And there you go. Okay. So of course the difference is we still have to scale this part. We can just go in here and set this to linear. Then we can scale it down. This way we also take this edge into account. There you go. Perfect. Okay, let's put it down there so that it fits very easily and keeps it shut. We're gonna make it a little bit bigger. There you go. Okay, perfect. So next up, there's one thing that is missing, which is if we go to wireframe, we can see there's no liquid inside. We're gonna change that now. So what we're gonna do, we will use, actually we can just go in here, select the inside. Can we do that in here? Let's see. I mean, we can probably just go in here and then do that. Wait, where am I? Oh, there you go. Oh, you can't see it from, okay, I guess we can just, hold on, we can just deactivate subdivision now. We can, okay. Let's select all. We can just start from the bottom and then just expand the selection till we're happy. Maybe up to there. That looks probably pretty good. We can then duplicate it, separate it into a new object. There you go. Now we have two. We can already see the liquid level, I guess. We can then go in here and select this liquid. And we can close this hole at the top. We can probably use grid fill for that. There you go. That should be enough. It doesn't have to be like aligned with the global axes. We can probably do that if we want to, but I mean, why not? There you go. Okay. We have 20 minutes left, so pretty good. Let's re-enable subdivision, not only for this. Actually, can we enable it for this? I don't think so. We can enable smoothness though. Okay, perfect. We bring back the glass. We can already see what it is, hopefully. It's a file, or like a how do you call these? I think like file, PHIAL. And that's the stuff that he's gonna hold. But we have to do a few changes. First of all, I'm gonna save this, so it's not gonna be lost when it, I don't know, Blender crashes. A dwarf and a flask? Not that. Okay, perfect. We're at quick sketch day 85. There you go. Okay. Well, if every time you give me like some sort of like TV series or anime references, you can expect me not to get it, because I haven't watched any of those except for One Punch Man and Death Note. Probably the most mainstream animes that exist. Okay, hold on. Glass. There you go. Okay, so I need some glass material. Should be pretty easy to make. We can just go into the materials tab. And we can make a new one. I'm not going to grab my advanced glass material. I think that's too elaborate for this one. We're just going to go in here and set the transmission to 1. There you go. Now it's glass, but it's basically like frosted or rough glass. So we can go into the roughness and put it to, let's put it to 0.1. 0.1 should be good. There you go. We can then go into rendered view. We can see what it looks like. And then we can also change the IOR. I think it's a little bit too high. If we reduce it, we can see basically the distortion of the inner objects change. What about putting it to 1? I think that's better. There you go. Okay, perfect. I mean, if you like watch more like I guess more niche anime, I don't want to say like Full Metal Alchemist or what was it, Attack on Titan, or like that niche, but if you watch those, you probably watched like One Punch Man or Death Note as well, especially because they're like rather short animes, rather compared to stuff like Attack on Titan or One Piece or Naruto and all that stuff. Okay, so oh, hold on. Yeah, okay. Material preview. Oh, hello. Okay, well, that looks interesting. Okay, so we need to. Okay, hello. Hopefully I'm back. I think it died for a second, but now it's back. Don't know why. Maybe I've increased my bitrate too much. I've doubled my bitrate. I don't know if like we'll have to see if that like happens more often now. But yeah, it died for a second. Hopefully that's the only time it happens. There you go, emission. And then what else do we need? Oh, of course. Do we change the color? I don't think so. I think we can keep the color. Okay, perfect. So, should we put in like stuff inside of the... You know, no, never mind. I think that's pretty good. Okay, so let's grab these two and also the liquid inside. We're gonna, there you go. We're gonna parent these two objects to the glass. So the glass, if we move the glass, the other two things will move as well. We're gonna make it smaller. There you go. Put it into his hands. Of course, way too big right now. Should be like this big, maybe a little bit bigger. There you go. Okay. So let's pose his hand. Oh, hold on. Okay, let me do that real quick. Speed running. Changing the category. Where is it? There it is. Okay. It's in the settings, I think. There you go. No, hold on. Edit stream info. There it is. Done. Aha, perfect. Okay, fix it. Thank you. Thank you for notifying me. Okay, perfect. So let's continue with the sculpt. I mean, with the quick sketch. I'm gonna make him hold the glass or the file, whatever. So let's pose his hand. I'm not gonna move the object. I'm just gonna move his hand. I think that's easier to do. Going very close so we can like fit it right onto the glass. Ta-da. Right there, perfect. Maybe we can also, yeah, I did. It should change, or let me see. Don't make me nervous. Hold on. Yeah, it's now art. It changed. At least for me. Maybe you have to refresh, or I don't know. Maybe it takes a while. There you go. Perfect. So he already holds it, but we obviously have changed the other fingers as well. Let me also maybe rotate this a little bit out here. There you go. Rotate it like this. Oh, perfect. And then we can rotate the x-axis like this. So he holds it kind of. He's of course a little bit intersecting, but that's kind of like if you would like touch something, your skin would kind of deform to the surface. You can kind of say that that happens there. I'm not gonna create deformations now with these models, or not right now at least. So you just have to imagine that happens. There you go. Perfect. Perfect grip. A little bit too weak though. We have to change his weak grip. There you go. Okay. Yeah, probably just takes a while to refresh. Okay, perfect. Let's, oh, actually no, that looks pretty cool. A little bit more organic through like asymmetrical basically, or like different looking fingers, and that looks pretty good. Okay, so let me go into material preview. Oh no, into rendered view. There you go. Now we can see what it looks like right now. What we have to do first is we need a background, otherwise it looks kind of boring. I also want to pose or like position my camera. So let's do that now. Let's put his maybe up there. Camera can look from above. There you go. Of course, it's way too far away. The size of the camera can sometimes like kind of trick you into thinking the camera's already pretty close, although it's super far away. That's why I always have the second window down there to see the camera view. Okay, let's go a little bit closer. Okay. First of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the field of view basically by increasing or decreasing the focal length. Let's put it to 60. This way we just can see more, like the camera can have or has a bigger field of view. There you go. Okay, I want to change his expression. We have 10 minutes left. Should be enough to do the rest. Of course, I always try to like bring in the basically the basic idea first before I do anything else. So we already have the basic idea in the, like, we put it down. So now we can work a little bit on the details. I also enable x-axis mirror. This way we can move both sides at the same time. There you go. He looks very surprised. Okay, there you go. Where's his face rig? There you go. A little bit intersected with everything else, but that should be good. What I want to change is I want to make his eyes a little bit bigger. His eye, yeah, his eyes basically, by raising his upper eyelids. And then let's go in here as well into the mouth and change the mouth. I think he never smiled. Oh yeah, he smiled before, but that was a long time ago. So it's time for Roberto to smile again. There you go. Maybe erase this. There you go. Okay, maybe open his mouth so it looks a little bit more happy than just like smiling. Also, actually, like opening his mouth just a little bit so he looks even happier. Okay, that looks kind of half happy, half, I don't know. There you go, half high. Okay, perfect. I mean, that's probably enough. Okay, perfect. Yeah, with this rig, the smile looks kind of weird. I couldn't really figure it out that well, so that his smile looks kind of weird. And then at some point I encountered like this weird bug that his mouth would look even creepier. So at some point I just left how it is now. So well, that's just how he looks. Okay, don't insult him. He can't change his looks. Okay, there you go. Oh, we have to switch to edit mode. Go a little bit closer. There you go. Okay. Let's bring him his eyes back. He has no eyes right now. He has just these magenta or pink eyes. You could say he has pink eye. There you go. What is it? Diffuse. Have to link the eyes or the textures for the eyes. I don't know why, but they're disconnected, so we have to bring them back. Normal. There you go. Let me go into the other material for the eye. Oh, I activate my macro, so we kind of have to wait for a second. My macro is basically just left clicking a few times. Come on. There you go. Okay. Let's do the transmission. Transmission. There you go. So next up we have the diffuse. Oh, welcome, Adam boy. Hope you have a great day so far. Welcome. We're doing the 3D or the 30-minute quick sketch right now. After that, we're gonna go into the first topic, which will be I don't think so. Maybe. I guess you were here before. Maybe, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Sorry for not remembering you. What do we need? Diffuse. And normal. We have 6 minutes left. Normal. There you go. Okay. So his eyes are back. We can see them. Happy little dudes. His face without any like hair looks kind of like a smiley face. I think that's why he also looks kind of weird. But that's just how it is. Maybe I should give him like just draw on some eyebrows. But yeah, maybe not. Okay, so I wanna put something in the background as well. Of course, we stay black and white. So my original idea was basically to give him like a green liquid, so that it sticks out a little bit more. But I think like this still conveys the same, I guess, feeling. Yeah. I mean, can you tell me when you, like, from where I can remember you? I guess, yeah, I'm just guessing it was like a live stream. previously. I try to remember everyone, but sometimes my goldfish brain doesn't really work that well. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I need this glass back, or this liquid, whatever. Give it to me. There you go. I'm gonna just put this in the background as well. What I need first is a modifier. What I also do is I'll just combine all these pieces. This way they're basically part of the same object. And it makes it easier to apply modifiers, because then we don't have to apply them to all of them and fine-tune them so they work together. We can just apply the same modifier to all the parts of this glass, basically. Clear and keep transformation. So let's select these two parts and then join them. Oh, hold on. What happened? Oh, I had this one selected. Let's do the same. Oh, okay, yeah, never mind. Okay, let's go. So let's select these two pieces and then the glass. Hold on. What's that cylinder? Oh, okay. Hold on, bro. I unparented this part as well, which kind of made my objects kind of confusing to work with. Hold on. Liquid, there you go. Glass, nope, not this glass, this glass. And then this. Okay, hold on, I'm incompetent right now. I apologize. There you go. Join. Perfect. They look still the same. And we can remove X-ray. So next up, we can enable some or use some modifiers. How about a array modifier? There you go. We can increase basically the gap between the two. Let's just do that and increase the count as well. So we have a row of glasses or like liquids behind them. We can then duplicate this. Actually, we don't even have to duplicate it. We can just go in here and put it down, like put it up there, and then we can use a array modifier. Let's put it to Z1 and then X0. This way we can stack multiple on top, like in the Z, on the Z axis, meaning up. Let's increase the gap there as well. And then we can pull them down. Looks kind of like Christmas lights right now. Okay, maybe that's too much. We're gonna see in the end. I want to bring in one more thing, and then I'm gonna fine tune the camera a little bit, and then we're probably done. There you go. Zip. Just a few boards so the files don't just float in midair. We can scale it up. There you go, so it fits. And then put them on the shelf. And then we use an array modifier. Set it to Z as well. And increase the gap. So that we can then just increase the count, and we have a shelf for every row of glasses. There you go. Okay. Last thing, I will bring in a plane that will serve as the back wall for this shelf. Set it to 90, pull it into there, pull it up. Perfect. Now we have a wall. I would like to put in some textures onto this wall and the shelf, but I don't think we have enough time. So the only thing that I'm going to change is first of all, grab the depth of field, empty, put it roughly in the middle of the file and him. And then we can, first of all, increase basically the strength of the glow. I'm going to separate the glow from this main liquid from the other ones, so that this one can be a little bit stronger. Maybe set it to 2, maybe set it to 3. There you go. Okay. Should we give this a material as well? I don't think we need to. What I'm gonna do for oh, we have 20 seconds. Hold on. Oh no. Depth of field. There you go. Depth of field. I also bring in a light, point light, put it up there. Or maybe up here, down here. I think that's better. Make it smaller, increase the light. Okay. Yeah, maybe like this. That's kind of like thrown together at the end, but yeah, that's just how it is sometimes. Let's save real quick. There you go, okay. So, let's do the first, I guess, render. Maybe switch to rendered view and render result. There you go. Gonna set up my render real quick. There you go. There you go, render. Let's see what it looks like. Gotta drink some water. Okay, my water's empty. Perfect. Okay, I think that actually looks better than I expected. His smile kind of still looks kind of weird. But yeah, well, that's just how how it is sometimes. Okay, let's do some post-production in here, and then we can go switch to Photoshop after we've rendered this image fully in full resolution. There you go. Let's set the threshold to 0.1. Oh, that's quite bright. What about 0.25? Yeah, I think that looks pretty okay. Okay. Let's save and do the final render. Let's set it to what, 258, 256. So times 4 and times 2. 256, perfect. Let's do the render. Okay, how long does it take? 8 minutes? No, hold on. It's still estimating. Oh, 7 minutes, okay. Maybe a little bit more. I guess we can reduce the sampling, but I think 7 minutes shouldn't be too bad. We can maybe talk a little bit about today's topic, or today's topics, multiple topics, of course. Hold on. Let's switch to the summary of today. Let me remove my timer. There you go. And let's go over here. There you go. I've already laid out my topics for today. Of course, we're right now at the 30-minute quick sketch. And then we will move on to the second topic. Of course, you can see right there. Cycles X. It's a new update for the current render engine that I am using right now, for example. They decided after 10 years, I think now Cycles has been announced 10 years ago. That's why it's called Cycles X, the new project or new, I guess, update, where they will basically rebuild the current render engine. So to make it even better than it is right now. They want to make it basically future-proof and just overall more effective. And we will go through the article that they released and kind of talk about the I guess the changes and how they would affect the day-to-day work, for example. And then the second one, of course, is Softwrap 2, an add-on that can speed up Retopology immensely if you know how to do it, or if you know how to work with it. So today we're going to experiment with it and see if that's true, and of course like get familiar with the workflow. Yeah, there were 3 before, but I think the first one that ever existed was just the Blender render engine, which was pretty bad compared to Cycles, of course, or obviously. Cycles is like way more physics based and it's just way better. And then there's also Eevee, that is more of a real-time render engine. So the differences are basically like Cycles is physics based, meaning every single light ray that is like reflected or like coming into the scene is basically calculated. For Eevee, it is a little bit different in the sense that it is not basically ray tracing, as you sometimes hear it in games now. It's not ray tracing, but it's basically like I don't really know the exact way they calculate light, but it's just more effective when it comes to how long it takes. So of course it's supposed to be real time. So that's where Eevee comes in. Basically, it's a game engine, basically, so you can work on stuff in real time. You can also do animations in real time, meaning, for example, for animations, Eevee might be better, because if for cycles, if a frame takes, for example, I don't know, 10 minutes, then maybe for Eevee it'll only take, I don't know, a minute or even less, like 10 seconds. The problem, of course, is if you want to make super realistic, ultra realistic, super detailed renders, cycles is basically the way to go. If you can live with like a little bit less maybe realism, but with like way more speed, then Eevee is the way to go. Also, they have like a like you can probably achieve a very similar result with Eevee that you can with cycles, but cycles is just more like the spectrum and what you can do is just a little bit bigger. For example, you can do displacement in the shader itself, basically displacing the geometry through maps, or textures, for example. That's not possible in Eevee. But you can use bumps in cycles and in Eevee. So there are just a few more possibilities with cycles, and it's just more realistic. But of course, it has its downside, which is that it just takes a little bit longer to render, and it's not real time. You can see sometimes when I work in cycles in the render view that is like super grainy. That is because like it has to like basically calculate all these light paths. If you would do the same in Eevee, it would basically just work like a game, or yeah, if you would look at it in a game engine, because it is a game engine basically. Let's go back to Blender. It is done. Da-da-da. We can see the final result. Happy little dude with this with this glass and whatever magic drink. I would have liked to give him like some sort of dress or whatever, but there was no time. I wasted some time figuring out my Twitch stuff. So, okay, perfect. Let's save the image and then we can switch to Photoshop. PNG, there you go. Call it quick sketch day 85. Okay. Perfect. Okay, let's switch to Photoshop in a second when I've imported my image. The image. Hold on, I'm in the wrong folder. Oh no. Da-da-da. Creative. Nope, there it is. There it is. Okay. Switch the scene. Da-da-da. Perfect. Okay. So let's do some post-production. I think the first thing we need is we're gonna increase the contrast. It looks kind of bland right now. Hold on. The music is stopped. I think it's just the song that has like such a huge pause at the end. There you go. Okay. First of all, I'm gonna increase the contrast so that it's like you have some blacks, you also have some brighter whites, I guess. And then the next thing I'm going to use is a selective color correction. Gonna bump up the blacks. There you go. Just bringing in some more contrast, making like a very stark, I guess, yeah, contrast between black and white. Should we bump down gray as well? Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't hurt. So let's do that. Perfect. Okay. So I think the background kind of distracts from the image, but I mean, we can change it now, so. Oh, we need one more thing, which is the fingerprint texture. Let me just quickly pull it up. And then we're basically done with the quick sketch for today. There you go. First of all, change the mix mode. Okay, so transform, transform. We can't see it that well because the image itself is pretty bright, but I think that looks pretty good. Just brings in a little bit more structure. So let's save this Photoshop file so I can use it for the other aspect ratios, and then import into my phone. And then of course you can watch it. You can watch the good old month 1 and month 2 compilation while I upload my image, and then we can go right into the first topic. So save that as a JPEG. There you go. Where's my phone? There it is. Okay. So we don't need this anymore. Let's switch back to Blender for now. Quickly importing my image. There you go. Okay, perfect. Okay, so while I upload my image, of course, you can look something more entertaining than just me using my phone, looking at my phone. So I'll see you in roughly 3 minutes when I'm done and the animation is done as well. So until then, hopefully you enjoy. I'll see you then. Da-da-da. Everything's done. We need some music. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Took roughly 47 minutes. Perfect. So let me just quickly note the timestamp. There you go. Which today's the 26th of April. We have a quick sketch in the beginning. Oh, hold on. I should probably do that later. Okay. Actually, no, at least the first part. Intro, of course, in the beginning. Who would have guessed? Then we have the topics. And then we have first quick sketch. Okay. So, first things first. Or, well, first, second, rather. We're gonna talk about Cycles X. Okay. Okay, perfect. So let me just quickly pull up the blog post so we can talk about it. I think there's also a video, but I don't know how like relevant it is. I think there's some sort of interview live stream that went up on YouTube that I guess they just talk about the same stuff, maybe a little bit more depth. There you go. Okay, so today, or first of all, first topic will be Cycles X. As I said before, Cycles X is a new announcement that the Blender Foundation made in April 23rd, which was 3 days ago. So what was it, on Friday, on Saturday? I don't know what days are, I'm sorry. Let me switch scene. There you go. So you can see right here, that is the blog post. First of all, today's been exactly 10 years since Cycles was announced. In the past decade, Cycles has developed into a full-fledged production renderer, used by many artists and studios, basically used by me every time. I usually never use Eevee. I just like the realism aspect of Cycles, so that's why I use Cycles more than anything else. And yeah, that's why I use Cycles. I'm one of those Cycles artists, if you want to call me that. We learned a lot in these 10 years, things that worked well, but also things that didn't work well or became outdated as rendering algorithms and hardware evolved. We're keeping to make bigger improvements to core Cycles rendering. However, some decisions made in the past are holding back performance, making it difficult to maintain the code. To address that, Sergey and I started a research project named Cycles X with the aim is to refresh the architecture and prepare it for the next 10 years. So Cycles, like in the beginning, was not actually a like a native render engine. In the beginning, as I said before, we had, or I haven't used like Blender back then, but in the beginning you had the Blender render, basically the native render engine for Blender. But at some point, I think it's like a senior programmer now at the Blender Foundation, which created a add-on, which was called Cycles, a new render engine that you can still deactivate in your, I guess, add-on list if you want, if you don't need Cycles for whatever reason. And this dude like created the render engine Cycles, and then at some point like got recruited by the Blender Foundation to work on Blender, basically I guess, like full time, if you want to call it like, and then like they improved cycles more and more and more with every release. But then at some point they, as they write here, they realize that to make it even better, and like they see all these improvements that they could make, but they have to change cycles so much that they like build it up from the ground, which is sometimes easier than like working with what you have right now. Hold on. Oh, that's the chat. Okay, so the project. Broadly speaking, the goal of the project is to improve the architecture for future development, improve usability of viewport and batch rendering, improve performance on modern CPUs and GPUs, introduce more advanced rendering algorithms. So, of course, as I said before, improve the architecture for future development. That's why they rebuild the whole thing. And then they improve the usability of viewport and batch rendering. That's what we're going to see a little bit later. They made some videos showing what they mean by that, which looks very, very interesting, very, very cool. And improve performance on modern CPUs and GPUs, basically just making it faster. Right now, we can also see some comparisons down there a little bit later, but basically like just improving the performance. Not only with when you render with your CPU, but also you can switch it between CPU and GPU. Of course, they improve both of them. And then they want to change the algorithms for cycles a little bit to make them like right now they're not optimal, the current algorithms, so they want to change them, which of course is very handy. If you rebuild the whole thing, you can bring in new algorithms. Our first target was to validate the new architecture. To that end, we've implemented a prototype of a new GPU kernel and new scheduling algorithms for viewport and batch renderers. There's just enough functionality to render some of our benchmark scenes now. So they've been working on this for roughly 2 months now, and I think overall it's a project that is supposed to go on for roughly six months. So no, 4 months more. So I guess the final product will come out like in the end of the year at some point, or in the I guess second third maybe at the end of the second third. And so yeah, so roughly 4 months from now. And yeah, that is a small, I guess, like spreadsheet, or like what do you want to call it, like where they kind of show their workflow I think they want to introduce. So initiating from camera, like okay, I don't want to talk about this too much. I don't have too much I guess, how would you call that, like programmer language in my brain, so I can't really interpret that too good. That is the current cycles X kernel graph, so maybe you know a little bit more about the whole thing, so you can talk about that a little bit more. I'm basically illiterate when it comes to programming, so I can't really speak about that. Today we're sharing some initial performance results and publishing the code to collaborate with Cycles contributors. A technical presentation for developers on the new architecture is available, and the code can be found in the Cycles X branch on git.blender.org. They also released a new experimental version of Blender with the new Cycles X like render engine with the current status, I guess, or the current status. If you want to like test that out, you can do that. I haven't downloaded it yet. It would maybe be a good, like a cool comparison to do, like bringing in one of my projects and then rendering that. But I think you can see like the biggest changes with the very long projects, which of course would just take ages to render, like I don't know, like an hour or so, or maybe like 30 minutes. I don't want to spend 30 minutes to rendering the first scene and then rendering it again in the experimental version in Cycles X just to see how much it changes. Maybe I'll do that like afterwards. But there's much to be done. We expect it will take at least 6 months, as I said before, until this works part of an official Blender release. So of course, as I said before, they already have the first version running, so they can already test their render engine. Some results we can see right there. From GPU rendering with the well-known benchmark scenes, they have their they have like, I guess, like scenes you can download on the Blender on the Blender website, where you can test your, I guess, the benchmarks of your PC, for example, or if you want to optimize your rendering, you can download these render scenes to see or to test your optimizations with these scenes. Scenes have been modified to remove features like volumetric rendering, which are not implemented yet. Be aware that the numbers will change as we keep working on the new architecture. Optic support was added just a few days ago by Patrick Morris. Optic is basically an optimization with newer RTX cards, or like NVIDIA cards overall. Oh no, Optics is only for RTX cards, and then CUDA, I think it's for all NVIDIA cards. We can see right here the differences. For example, this spreadsheet or graph, we can see the render time. For example, I think the biggest one is the barbershop with I guess that's minutes or seconds. No, I don't think that's seconds. Minutes. We have for the current master cycles version that I have right now, for example, for Blender 2.9.2, it is 100, I guess 110 minutes. And then with the new cycles branch, we have a whopping I guess 15 or 17 minutes roughly. So of course a huge change between the two. So it's very exciting to see the changes that they made and how crazy the changes actually are. Just looking at these statistics, looking at all the others, you can see they all basically improve by a lot. I don't know, like it's now like a fifth or so of the original speed. So they basically show with these graphs the speed that it, or like the time that it takes until the render is done. The most significant improvement are in interior scenes with many light bounces and shaders. Of course, if the light bounces more, it takes longer to render, because then the light does not only hit a certain object, but it also bounces off and hits another object, which of course has to be calculated as well. And then if it bounces off again, it has to calculate that again. So if you have, for example, an interior scene with a lot of objects, the light bounces in all directions and like reflects off of every surface in the scene, which of course takes longer to render. Yeah. Most significant improvements are in interior scenes with many light bounces and shaders, where the new kernels can achieve higher occupancy and coherence. CPU rendering performance is approximately the same as before at this point, but the new architecture opens up new possibilities there as well. Secondly, we've been working to improve viewport rendering. Faster rendering kernels help, but we also found that improving the scheduling, timing, and display mechanism can make the viewport feel more interactive. New viewport support for adaptive sampling and batching samples make it so the image cleans up faster once the first few samples are done. So this is very, very exciting, just because so you can, of course, right now go into the rendered view and see your image and basically rendered, how it's going to look rendered. Of course, it's very grainy because usually the viewport render has less samples to calculate the light than if you do the final render. But you can, of course, go into the scene and just look at like a preview basically of the rendered version. You can also yeah, move around, of course, and then you can see like a huge change when you compare the Cycles X version with the current version. Let's play that real quick. You can see left side, you have the current version. You can see how long it takes to actually see an image before it's like super grainy, and with this one, you can already see like it's very close to, I guess, real time. Of course, it's still grainy, but it like takes way less time to render a visible image, which is of course very, very handy if you want to look at your scene in the rendered view. You can see like how long it takes just to see what you're actually looking at, so you can actually like figure out what you're looking at. Right here, it like takes like a few seconds, which of course also depends on what kind of rig you have. So if you have like a super like awesome fully juiced out I guess rig, then it probably takes even less time. you have here, the first one is CPU rendering. So with your, I guess, motherboard, or like, yeah, with your CPU. And then you also have your, oh, you have, what is it? OIDN. What is OIDN again? Oh, welcome back, SpongeBob. Hope you had a great weekend. We're right now discussing the new cycles update that has been announced on the 23rd, which looks very, very promising. You can see another comparison here with OIDN enabled. I think that is adaptive. No, it is adaptive sampling. So basically, in areas, it kind of detects in which areas you need more noise and in which areas you need less, which helps, of course, to make the image. Oh no, that's viewport denoising is OIDN. So basically, now you can see it gets a little bit blurry. That is because the denoiser gets activated, which means when it's super noisy, of course, the denoiser tries to remove all that noise, which also includes making the image a little bit more blurry, which you can see right there. But you can see it's way more, it's just way faster and just like looks way better. The performance is better and just way faster to like see the image that you actually see in the render viewport. Just takes less time. So that is with the what is it, the viewport denoising. And then you also have viewport rendering, GPU with your graphics card basically rendered. You can see the changes there as well. Just basically full time, you can already see while you're still moving the camera, you can already see an image with the current version. Oh, actually Blender 2.93. You can see it's still like a little bit like it's still visible what you're looking at, but it's like super noisy right there. The noise you can see when he's or she when they're moving the camera, you can see the noise is way smaller than in this image. So that was very, very exciting. And then you also have with adaptive sampling, think of that as adaptive sampling, basically in areas where you need more samplings because of the noise, the part of the image will be more noisy. There the cycles render engine will allocate more sampling to have more basically calculating power to render these parts of the image. As I looked at those, I haven't really seen like huge differences. You can already see, or you can also see like volumetrics are just not there in the current version of Cycles X. You can see the cloud right there, very visible. Right here it's just black, probably just because they, as they said before, rendering volumetrics isn't a function in the Cycles X update just yet. So that's why you can't see them. So looking forward, in the coming months, we will try more optimization ideas and restore missing functionality. So of course, we've seen the changes, but of course they say they have even more stuff they want to change, or they want to improve. So it'll probably be even faster than what you can see right here. And also like 4 months working on this will probably be pretty crazy, like the difference between the two versions. When functionality is missing, it's usually because we want to take a different approach to in the new architecture. Some examples: volume rendering, we plan to implement array marching and light sampling with more modern algorithms. So basically they just want to improve the volumetric rendering in a very, very simple term. Shadow catchers will try a different algorithm that can take into account indirect lighting. So shadow catchers are basically, you can build an object, basically you can make a plane, and then you can put a sphere onto that plane. You can then tell that sphere, okay, you can tell that, what is it? The plane, you can tell the plane, okay, this plane will be a shadow catcher. The plane will be invisible except for the parts where the shadow is. So this just basically helps. For example, I had a project that I worked on at work actually, where we had to bring in real life, or we had to replace the ground of a photo shooting, which was very, very annoying because first of all, we had to remove the whole ground, and then we had to bring in new ground that I created in Blender. First of all, of course, we had to align the camera with the camera we had on the shooting, like when the shooting happened. The photo shoot, I don't want to say shooting, the photo shooting. And then we had to basically render the ground and then put it into the image again. What we did for the ground was I created a plane so that I can separate the shadow from the ground. I created a plane which I set to shadow catcher. I put in a base mesh into the blender scene so I can basically put the shadow that was there before on the other ground. I can recreate that using I guess like a base mesh that I put in the same position where the person was, and then I set a shadow plane to a shadow catcher, which then lets me have not only the shadow on one layer but also the ground on another layer, so I can like combine them in the end. That is basically a shadow catcher. And then also multi-device rendering will experiment with more fine-grained load balancing without tiles. Basically, right now, if you're rendering something, the image gets separated into multiple tiles, so you can set the tile size in the settings. Usually for GPU you want to have bigger tiles, for CPU you want to have bigger tiles, but it basically is like a wave. The wave, or like the circle, at least how I render it, it's like a spiral that reveals the image. This way, like more and more of the image gets revealed. What they want to change it to, I think, is what is it called? Progressive rendering, something like that. I can't remember exactly what it's called, which is basically the whole image gets revealed in the beginning, but it's very, very noisy. But then the longer you let it render, the less noisy it gets. So you can let it render as long as you want. Like the samples, you don't have to set samples, you just have to let it render for a certain amount of time. And then if you at some point think like, okay, that looks pretty good, you can then stop the render and you have like the full image. The benefit of that is that you don't have to wait for the spiral to reveal like enough of the image to see if the render looks good. You can see the render from the beginning and then just let it render longer so that you can improve the quality of the render. I'm using OBS. Yeah, I've used Streamlabs before, but Streamlabs was just too, I guess, too buggy. The biggest complaint I had was that it I guess internally crashed, which means that it told me that I'm still live, but I wasn't live. And then if I stop, if I want to go offline, I want to stop the stream, nothing happens. It just keeps streaming. And basically Streamlabs crashes, which means I lose not only the stream, I'm like offline for the whole time. I also lose my recording because I have to instantly close I have to shut it off, the software, which of course like ruins my my recording. I had that twice in the row and then I switched to OBS. Haven't had any problems since. Okay. Beyond this, the new architecture should let us more easily fit in rendering algorithms like path guiding, which we will experiment with and research how they can be made GPU friendly. Depreciation. As part of the new architecture, we are removing some functionality, most notably OpenCL rendering kernels. The combination of the limited cycle split kernel implementation, driver bugs, and stalled OpenCL standard has made maintenance too difficult. We can only make the kinds of bigger changes we are working on now by starting from a clean slate. I think OpenCL means that you can use cycles with, for example, AMD graphic cards as well, but I might be wrong. I'm probably wrong. OpenCL, I haven't like that much experience with, or I don't really know what it is. Yeah, we are working with AMD and Intel to get the new kernels working on their GPUs, possibly using different APIs. This will not necessarily be ready for the first release, the implementation needs to reach a higher quality bar than what is there now. Long term, supporting all major GPU hardware vendors remains an important goal, and we think that with this new architecture we'll be able to better performance and something what we will be able to better performance and something stability. Okay, it is just a matter of time until more GPUs are supported in Cycles X again. So basically OpenCL render kernels, the changes basically mean that not all graphic cards that are supported right now will be supported in the first release. Branched path tracing. We are working to improve sampling algorithms to make this obsolete and more automatically assign samples where needed. Improved adaptive sampling and light importance sampling are key here. So branched path tracing you can enable in your Blender file. I think I use path tracing. There's the second option which is branched path tracing. I haven't really researched the exact difference between the two, but if they say it's like better for like higher quality and faster renders, then I'm not complaining. As long as like faster, as long as the renders are done faster, like that's good by me. And an NLM denoiser, AI denoising algorithms, and in particular open image denoise generally yield better results, and we will optimize the architecture and workflow for them. They basically remove one of the denoisers that exist for Blender right now. I use the node-based denoising right now. I also used a denoising algorithm by NVIDIA before, which was an add-on, basically a free add-on that you kind of like had to install. I mean, as long as we still have in a denoiser and it even works better, then I'm not complaining. These features will remain available and supported in 2.83 and 2.93 LTS releases. Okay, so basically all these features will still be in 2.93, but then afterwards they may be gone. Okay, perfect. So I think this is very exciting. I'm very excited for this. We still have to wait probably like 4 months or so before we can finally dive into it, like fully, before it's fully developed. But even just the changes or the like the features that we can see right here, like basically not real time, but seemingly real time, like movement in the rendered view. Like for example right here, like you can already see, oh, you can just move and already see what you're looking at. With this one, you still have to wait for the noise to be gone to actually see what you're even looking at. It just is way faster to render stuff, like maybe like 10% of what you're currently rendering, of course depending on what you're rendering. You have like little changes with this BMW model, which is just a BMW sitting. Oh, you can see it down here. That's the BMW scene. Can you open that? Oh, perfect. That's the first scene. That was not like big changes. You then have the second scene, which is a half of the current time that it needs to render it, which is the classroom with like a lot of interior. And then the biggest change is for the barbershop, which is this one right there. You can see like huge, like a lot of images. You have like displacements on the ground. You have even lights in the scene down here, the lights at the ceiling, and like a lot of objects in the scene, which of course all just make the render take longer. Seeing that is like reduced by maybe like 10%, or it's now 10% with this new version, I think is very, very exciting. Like I remember, like for example, even for these quick sketches, like taking 7 minutes, if that's reduced by even just like 50%, like 3.5 minutes, I'm not complaining. So yeah, I'm very excited for this new version. Maybe we'll do some experiments with that at some point, but yeah, I'm very excited for the final release. And yeah, gonna be interesting to delve into a new level of rendering, I guess. But of course we still have to wait for a few months, so maybe you're excited too, just like I am. Of course, they're still like improving Eevee as well, but I'm not using Eevee that much, so I'm very excited to see some huge changes for cycles. Yeah, and that's basically the first topic for today. Yeah, I think it's just very exciting to see, and I kind of, I don't know, just thinking about all the time that it takes to render a scene, and then look or seeing how much the time gets like reduced by these, even just the current version. Pretty cool to see. And then also, of course, that they set themselves up for better development in the future. Of course, it's always a good thing. Maybe at some point, I bet at some point graphic cards will be good enough to even like, for example, if you see the GPU viewport rendering, you can see it's even smoother than with the CPU. If we then have like graphic cards like NVIDIA 5090, that's probably then gonna be like real time or whatever. So yeah, very cool to see. Yep. Okay, that's gonna be the first topic for today. Let's go on to the next one, which is of course Softwrap 2. Softwrap 2, as I said before, is an add-on that helps you retopologize your old or your new models by using old, I guess, old retopologized models or your base meshes. We can compare it to shrink wrap in a second. Let me just quickly, of course, we're going to do some experiments with, what is it called? With Softwrap 2, the second version. The first version has been out for a long time, but now the second version is out. The developers made a like big, or like a showcase on their Twitter. That's why, or how I found that add-on. Looked very promising, so I bought it, and then we can now try how effective it is. What we're gonna do is we'll basically grab the head of my current project. Let me just quickly go in here. There you go. So what we're gonna do is, first of all, I need my scene that we need for the retopology or for the experiment. Hold on. Let's just go in here. Recent. Oh, let's save real quick. And then we need the MSI Creator Award submission. Takes a while to load. There you go. Okay, I wasn't able to work on this any more over the weekend. Maybe I can, I don't know, maybe I found some time before the stream tomorrow. We're gonna just continue working on this. Hopefully we can finish this tomorrow, and then maybe even work on the interior, just so we can then at some point finish the geometry for the arm so we can copy it to the other side. But today we're not gonna work on the arm or the hand or whatever. We will work with face. I've already detailed the hair. The hair looks pretty good. And what we're going to do today, we can see the current topology. We can already see it looks pretty bad. If we go to the wireframe, you can see all triangles, all just somehow placed on this, like creating the surface with no real order. We need to change that so we can apply textures to it, so we can make custom textures. What we could do is we could do the standard retopology technique by just going in here, making a plane that we've already done for the hands, putting it on here. There you go. Enabling snapping to snap the points onto the surface. You can see it snaps onto the surface, and then we can just go in here and extrude this to create new geometry, so that we can then use that geometry to create textures, or another, I guess, way or another reason to do like the retopology is to use this newly created model that should look exactly like this one, just with better topology for animations, for example. Of course, we don't want to retopology just by hand. We want to speed it up. That's why that's where Softwrap comes into play. What we're going to do is we need, of course, a base mesh that we can apply to this sculpt, and then we start soft wrapping, basically. Let me just hide everything that we don't need today. There you go. Let's call that head rough or sculpt. There you go. Let me just hide everything else that we don't need. Ta-da. Oh, I can't move my... Oh, there you go. Okay. Ta-da. Okay. Feet. Feet can go away as well. There you go. Okay. So, we have the face. Of course, the face is rotated right now. I'm not going to move it just because she's already posed, and I don't want to like repose her once I'm done retopologizing her. So I'm just gonna leave her how like she is right now. I of course need not only her sculpt but also a base mesh. So let me just quickly pull up my base mesh and then we can start with the experiments. We can see the add-on in this taskbar or like toolbar, I guess. We can open that up using N. We can close it and open it using N. Then you have different tabs. Of course, item with the coordinates and all that. Tool, view, and Softwrap 2. So Softwrap works by grabbing that base mesh and simulating it so that it can then be dragged around so that you can fit it onto the sculpt just how it's supposed to fit onto the sculpt, basically. Let me just quickly pull up my base mesh and then we can start. Because I'm going to append my base mesh. I have a male base mesh, and I also have a female base mesh. So we're going to use the female base mesh. There you go. There it is. We only need everything except, no, basically only the head. So we're going to remove everything else. Hold on. Remove everything up until there, maybe. We don't need the hands. Let's make sure we make a very even, I guess, edge line here, right here, or face line, so we don't have these overhanging or like these sharp edges. There you go. Let's do the other side as well. Okay, perfect. Now we remove these faces, and there you go. Oh, we have something left. Get out of here. There you go. Oh, the foot as well. Hold on. Okay, perfect. So, zip. Remove vertices. There you go. Okay, so we have the base mesh for the head. What we need to change first is I will bring, cursor to selected. I will bring the origin point into the head. Right now it was at the bottom, or before. I want to put it into the head. I just feel better that way. Don't ask me why. And now we can basically roughly fit it onto the head. That is the first part. And we can also already see like a difference in the two heads, which is, of course, the base mesh doesn't have hair. That's maybe going to be different. A problem. Maybe we have to add some geometry at the bottom. At the back for this bun. No, is it bun? Hold on. For this, wait, what? Oh, braid. Forgive me for this braid. yeah, maybe we have to bring in some more geometry. This add-on is very, I guess, interactive, so we can do that while we're working on the retopology. But first of all, we need to fit this head roughly onto the sculpt. So maybe a little bit smaller. There you go. I think that's pretty good for the beginning. Of course, the hair makes the head a little bit wider, but we can change that later. And also, what we can see is this might be a problem. The ear topology. So if you compare the head sculpt, where's my retopology? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Let me just quickly, hold on. Geometry. What is this? Okay. Don't need this anymore. There you go. So we have the base mesh. We can already see it fits like a mask, roughly. The problem is the sculpt has like a cutoff, or has a different topology for the ear. The difference is that the ear is underneath the hair, which means that it basically, if you compare it to the base mesh, the ear here is complete. So it'll be interesting to see how the Softwrap will treat that ear when it comes to like fitting it onto the surface. We'll see how that turns out. I think what I also want to do, should I subdivide this? I don't think so. I think I'm going to keep it like this for now. First things first, we will bring back the sculpt. And I think that's a good setup for the beginning. Maybe we could fix it a little bit. We can see it's asymmetrical on this scope right now. Okay, I think that's pretty good. So first of all, of course, we go in here and we have to enable Softwrap 2. We can see we have a start button. We also have like a few settings, and in the description for the add-on they say the settings are very self-explanatory, so I guess we have to, or we will like discover them ourselves, how they work. The first ones seem pretty simple. Source mesh and target mesh. I guess the source mesh, the mesh that is going to be deformed into a new shape using the target mesh as reference. So of course the mesh that is supposed to be deformed will be the base mesh, and then the target mesh will be the sculpt. Or before I do that though, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit play and see what happens. We can see nothing happens, but if we then move this, ooh, we can see that it we can move this around. So we can see it kind of like it's similar to rubber, in the sense that it's like, yeah, it's basically a soft body. It's a custom soft body simulation, and you can move this around however you want without enabling or without setting a target mesh. You can just move it around. Woo, put it over there. It will always go back, of course, because it still has some sort of what would you call it, like tension. The vertices try to stay as close as possible, but they respect the surface of the object that is the target mesh. So now we can stop the simulation. We can now not move it anymore. But what we can do is we can set the target mesh, the sculpt right there. Bending distance. Oh, we can set the tension, I guess. Let's just keep it at 3 for now. And then we can also enable symmetry, which basically means we start the simulation. Zip. Ooh, we can move both sides at the same time. That's not going to be necessary for now. So we can still enable symmetry, but yeah, so it's going to be necessary for now. I mean, it's still necessary, but we don't need to mess with it right now. Structural stiffness, shear stiffness, bending stiffness, damping. Those are usually like simulation settings. I think stiffness basically just, yeah, self-explanatory. how much you can stretch the base mesh. Smoothing, okay, quad smooth, topology smooth. I think we first have to establish a base, I guess, shrink wrap or like a base transformation. So should we change anything? Snapping strength. Okay, let's see. So I think if we enable or activate snapping strength, the base mesh will snap onto the sculpt. So we have to start the simulation. Nothing happens. We can move it around if we want to. But if we then enable snapping strength, ooh, we can see it snaps onto the surface. The problem, of course, that we can see already is, hold on, let me, oh, what I want to change is, let's stop or pause the simulation. What I'm going to change, let's actually stop. I want to bring the base mesh, or I want to change the base mesh to be always in front of the sculpt. This way I could just more easily see whether or not the deformations already actually look good. So let's go in here, set it to in front. This way we can see what the base mesh looks like right now. Looks pretty interesting. One thing we can see multiple things, but the biggest flaw right now is, of course, if we compare the base mesh to the sculpt, the base mesh actually has like the eye sockets like included into the model. It also has the mouth, I guess, inside of the mouth is also part of this base mesh. And also back here we have this the neck that is kind of like overhanging the sculpt. All these parts we need to remove from the simulation process. So that's where the snapping group, hold on, is it snapping group or simulation group? No. So I guess we can create, where is it? Here, vertex groups to exclude or include certain vertices into the simulation. So if we reset this real quick, we can see what it looked like before, and we can see we have some eye sockets. If we compare that to the sculpt, she only has like eyes already. These eyes are already part of her or of the sculpt. She also doesn't have like an inside of her mouth. The lips are shut. So why would I sculpt in the inside of the mouth? And also the neck is basically cut off. Because in the end, what I'm gonna do is I will, where's my body? I think I haven't named my body, so, oh, there it is. We can see the neck is part of the body. So what I'm gonna do is when I've finished the retopology of the head, I'm gonna retopologize the body, and then I'm just gonna combine these two topologies together. This way, yeah, we can still maintain the disconnect between the head and the body. Okay, so let's bring back the base mesh. There you go. Okay, so what we need is we have to exclude these vertices down here from the simulation. If we don't do that, we can see that every single one of these, hold on, can I enable? I don't think I can enable that anymore. You were able to see the normal of every face. The normal is basically the direction in which every face is facing. Sounds kind of weird, but basically if you have like two faces that look like this, one face, of course, this face is looking in this direction, and this face right here is looking in that direction, which means the normals are basically for this face in this direction, and then in this face for this face in this direction. That is basically true for all of these faces. And of course the vertices already like also have a normal, I think. No, the face has a normal direction, I guess, and the vertices just, I guess, take the normal from the face to then decide in which direction they basically shrink onto the sculpt. So if you look at these faces down here, for example, they don't really have anything to snap to because the normal is either going in this direction or in this direction. But either up there and down there, there's really nothing to snap onto. So they just, I guess, went back here because these faces back here had this sculpt part or this surface to snap onto. So they like moved back there, and the tension pulled these front faces back as well. So what we have to change first is we have to exclude all of the neck of the base mesh from the snapping. So the easiest way to do that would probably be to first of all select all these faces. Maybe this one as well. And then the outer faces here. Zip and zip. And then we can create a new vertex group, which we will call Softwrap mask, or let's call it exclusion. There you go. We can assign these vertices first. We still have some more, for example the mouth cavity or whatever you want to call it. We still have to include that as well. So let's select all the vertices that are part of that, like of the inner mouth. Oh, hello. Whoa, oh, wrong button. Okay, so that's part of the mouth. Maybe a little more, maybe not. I think that's good for now. We will assign those to the Softwrap exclusion vertex group as well. And then we have the eyes left. Those are very easy to select. We have a few right there. Oh, over here as well. That's a pretty old base mesh, so the topology might not be the best, but it's good enough. Yep. Maybe more, maybe not. I think that looks pretty good. We go here and assign those to the same vertex group. I mean, we can try. If we can test what happens if we use a sphere. Hold on. Let's just grab a sphere real quick. There you go. Okay, so of course, the problem is the vertices, so these points will be snapped onto the surface. So the less points we have, the worse the snapping will be. So to increase the points, we can just basically subdivide the whole thing, maybe twice, maybe thrice, maybe 3 times. There you go. And now, maybe make it a little bit bigger. There you go. Let's see what happens if we simulate that. Yeah, let's see. First of all, of course, oh, it's still applied. Oh, it's pretty cool. Let's start. Nothing happens. Snapping strength is still on. Okay. Can we move this now? No, we can. I guess it still applies to the other base mesh. Can we switch it somehow? Oh, there we go. We have to change the source mesh. So we have to go in here. Change that. There you go. Let's start the simulation and see what happens. Nothing. Okay. Snapping strength is on, so okay. Maybe it's too it's too stiff. That's interesting. Head sculpt is there. Mirror, let's remove mirror. What happens if we remove... Oh, it's paused. Oh, there you go. There you go. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. Hold on, let me change something real quick. Let's pause and... Oh, no, not pause, stop. Set this to... Hold on. Textures to... Nope, in front. There you go. Now we can see what happens. We can see a big change, or we can see a big deficit in the front. Maybe we can change that now. Let's see. What if we start this now? Oh, there you go. So we could pull this to the front, I guess. Of course, the problem is it's still like it's too stiff to stay at the front. So I guess we have to change the snapping strength. What if we make this stronger? Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Oh, perfect. Let's set it to 1. You know, that already looks pretty good. I was kind of surprised. So you could even use a sphere to retopologize that. That's pretty crazy. So of course you can see like stretching at the front. We could probably change that by just moving this, like shoving this a little bit more to the front. Hold on, we can okay. Well, maybe we shouldn't apply symmetry. Oh, it still resolves. It still fixes itself. Pretty crazy. Okay. Still takes a while. You mean the hand retopology that I showed you before? Okay, now we can see, of course, there's still detail missing. I guess we could bring that in with more subdivisions. I wonder how many subdivisions you can have before it gets like super laggy. Also, you can see here, it's kind of glitchy, but it's not too bad. It's like, it looks pretty good without like doing a lot. Like, hold on. So one thing we can of course now change is we can bring in these pins. How do you set it? How do you set pins? Tool? No. Hold on. What about? Nope. Let me see on the website. Hold on. You know, what we can also then see is we can go in here and stop the simulation, and then what happens is basically there are what is it called? Shape keys. Shape keys basically are like, it costs I think it costs $40, so roughly like 38 euros. Considering the amount of time you can save with this, I think it's pretty worth it. I would probably even like buy it for like $60 or even more. So I was kind of surprised that even like a sphere is like that effective. So a good idea. Good idea to test that. So a shape key is basically like it defines the beginning shape and then also defines the end shape. So the spectrum from 0, the beginning shape, to 1, the end shape, is basically then a spectrum you can change. Meaning, if we go into the shape key, which will be created using this add-on, we can set this value from 1, which is like fully deformed, to 0. If we change that, zip, we can basically bring back the sphere or bring back the retopology, which can maybe be useful for some stuff. I tried to, for example, the first idea for my second month or like showcase, for like the second, what was it, quick sketch or like month 2 compilation. The first idea that I had was to somehow transition between the likeness sculpts. The problem that I was facing was I couldn't really figure out a good way to do that. Where like my first idea was to deform the sculpt into a very simple shape, like a sphere, for example, and then using that sphere and transitioning to a new sculpt. That was the way I tried to transition before. But maybe we can now use the the Softwrap add-on to do that. So my idea was basically this. So you have this sculpt, the first likeness sculpt, then zip, going back to primitive, zip, going to the next sculpt. I couldn't really do that before. Maybe it's now possible with this add-on. You can change the mouse grab size. We can set that maybe to 11, like set it to 8, for example. We can see nothing changes because we have to enable or play the simulation. Oh, there it is. Delete pins. We still have to figure out how to, I guess, use pins. And now we can also increase, I guess, the size of this cursor, or the grab radius. We'd set this to 20 and pull her nose. Oh, zip. You can see right there, the cursor size is just way bigger. And it's like crazy that it still like resolves or like goes back to the previous state. So one thing I'm kind of missing right now is the pins. We can see the delete pins right here, but how do we create pins? Can we see that in the description of the add-on? Let's see. We have the add-on should be here, so Softwrap. There you go. I don't think you can see that window, but nope, there's no description. Okay, let me just quickly pull up the website so we can see how that works. Softwrap. There you go. Okay. So there should be a description. Okay, let me just quickly switch. There you go. You can see that now as well. I also changed this scene a little bit. I think that's a little bit looks a little bit better. You can see more of my screen. There you go. Okay. How does it work? Nope. Tutorials? Nope. There you go. The best way to learn how to use Softwrap is by trying it. Changes? Nope. Isn't there some sort of like documentation? Tutorial? To viewport method? Okay. Tutorial. Ah, there you go. Just use Shift plus click to add a pin on the mesh. Well, that was easy. Okay, perfect. Let's go back to Blender. There you go. Okay, so Shift plus clicking. Okay, let me first of all remove the wire. There you go. Okay, so we can... Oh, we have to start the simulation. Takes a while to start, but then when it starts, it's pretty smooth. So we can see it's a little bit twitchy. We can also, of course, see the cursor is still pretty big. I want to change the cursor size. Let's set it back to, what was it before? 4? 4? Yeah, that looks pretty good. So I want to have more topology at the front. 8. Yeah, I think 4 looks... let's set it to 8. Oh, 8. Okay. Yeah, that's... yeah, I think that should be pretty good. So let's see. So we can move this to the front. What about hitting Shift and left clicking? Oh, now we have a pin that we can hopefully move around. Oh, there you go. What about enabling pin? Does it now stay on top of the surface? Oh, we have to enable. Doesn't work. Okay, I guess doesn't work. So the pin basically holds onto these few, I guess, vertices. If we scale it, we can increase the radius of the effect. We can then move it more to the front. Let's do the same on this side. Scale it up so we increase the radius. We can push this forward. This way we have some more geometry at the front. Pretty simple. I still can't believe that we're working with a sphere right now for like retopology. But yeah, that's just how it is sometimes. We also have a very like... Oh, we can see some twitching right there, but I guess that isn't too bad. What we can do is we can go in here, maybe scale this down, and then putting it closer into the nose. This way we can define the shape a little bit more. There you go. You know, we could probably even use that. Actually, I don't know. I don't think it's useful anymore, but we could have probably used that for the hand as well, for the MSI Creator Award, the hand that we were working on, but now it's too late. So, well, too bad. Let's make this a little bit smaller. I want to affect these parts. Pull it up. Zip. Perfect. Maybe make it a little bit smaller. We can see definition is missing. The good thing is though, we can probably then use the shrink wrap modifier to first of all add more subdivisions and also like finalize the whole thing and like give it more detail and also yeah, basically finalize the retopology. Yes, I still have the other hand to work on. The what I wanted to do though with that hand is just like copy or duplicate the first hand onto the other side and then like pose it like correctly. I think that's what I'm gonna do, because I want to have both sides basically symmetrical. Then I'm gonna save basically 50% of the time, and yeah, I'm done quicker. The problem, of course, with using a sphere is that we have a spherical how would you call it, like topology, which means, as I said before, you get problems in areas with these lines, with very sharp lines. For example, for the hair, you get these very like rigid or like zigzag lines. First of all, here in like the very sharp edges get these zigzag lines, which kind of create a very weird look. And we also see right here at the top, this sphere, the usual sphere, like the standard sphere, has this very weird topology at the top, which just looks super like of course it's not really like serving the purpose of retopology. You can't really use that topology how it is right there for anything. So you would either have to replace that, or you use a base mesh, which of course is easier, like which then of course gives you a very like a set good topology. Hold on. Yeah, let me see if I can interactively add more subdivisions. What I want to test first is I want to make this mouth a little bit more, I guess, defined. So where's the mouth? Where does the mouth start? Hold on. Oh, there you go. Okay, hold on. Can you... Oh, delete pins? No, I want to remove... Oh, there you go. Okay. Da-da-da. So, what about scaling this up? Ooh. Okay. What about bringing in one more here as well? Okay, well, that doesn't work. Hold on. Where's my pin? Give me my pin. Come on. Oh, there you go. So of course you have to fiddle around with it a little bit more, bringing in one more over on this side. You have to kind of move this topology in the middle, like basically to get this very deep crease for the lips. Right now there's just not enough geometry to do that, so you have to kind of push it in there, which okay, well, that looks kind of weird. Okay, let's try adding subdivisions and let's remove these pins for now. So it depends on what you want to do. It depends on what you want to do when you, or whether or not you want to know about good topology. So I guess, at least in my experience, knowing about good topology is basically like watching like 1 or 2 videos about it, basically explaining the basic principles, and then just doing it yourself. This way you kind of facilitate, or like kind of you kind of realize why those principles are important. But you can also basically, by finishing a whole project which includes retopology, you can kind of see why, or you can kind of see yourself why retopology is important. What you need retopology for is, first of all, stuff like animations. For animations, for example, if I bring in Roberto, hold on, let me just quickly pull up my dude, where I can show you why retopology is important. So for example, for animations, retopology is a way of reducing the amount of vertices that is necessary to display the model that you've created. So if I pull up my dude, male human base mesh, there you go, Roberto, we need you. Oh, hold on, I want to open it, I want to append it. collection. There you go. So you have Roberto right here. He is animated. He's animatable, I guess you could call it. He has a rig attached to him, which means if I go in here, first of all, I can of course remove or change the density of the geometry using the multi-res modifier. So basically level 0 is the retopologized mesh. I had for it before I had this mesh, I had a sculpt, which is of course similar, which looked similar to this face. Nope, not this sphere, but this face. You can see the wireframe is very, very messy, basically just like thrown together to make it look how you want it to look without caring about topology at all. Where's my sphere? There you go. This one is already retopologized. You can see for his face, for example, you have way less topology, which you then can increase to bring back the details that were there before. So if we bring this all the way up to 4, which is the maximum, level 4, you can see like small wrinkles are back. We can see some lip wrinkles as well. And that was basically how the sculpt looked before. But if you want to, of course, animate this, the benefit of having a multi-res modifier is that you can decrease. So for example, if I would now go in here, the density is very, very dense. You can see the faces are very, very small. Or you cannot see it in here, but you can see all these individual faces. If I want to move this and I go in here, I grab my hand and I move it over here. You can see how slow it is. That would be the same case if you would use the sculpt. The density of the sculpt is similar to the density of this model right now. So what you can do is to reduce the, I guess, like to increase the speed of like the posing or the armature, is you can reduce the density of the base mesh basically, or the mesh. So you can put it all the way back to 0, and then you can grab your armature and you can move it over here in real time, basically without any without it being slow. That's one thing or one reason why you should know about retopology. Of course, if you only sculpt, you don't want to animate it, you don't want to create custom textures for it, image textures for it, then you don't necessarily need to know about retopology. But if you want to do anything that requires good topology, then you should know about it. Furnitures. So with furniture, so for me at least, a workflow. Hold on. Can you use a sphere to wrap the whole rub? Oh no. I think the problem with that is, so that's the same problem that happens when you have a very sharp object, a cone for example, and then you have a plane. So this is, for example, like if you want to subdivide this, of course you get more more vertices. But if you want to consider it like this, for example, so if you have a very sharp object and you have the object colliding, like the simulation object colliding with this, like this corner at the top, the only thing that considers collision are the vertices. Only the vertices can consider when they connect with the surface, which means they like if you would simulate this, they would go all the way back down here up until up to this point until they reach the surface of this object, and then they realize, oh, we need to stay outside, which is of course bad for simulations, which would of course very likely happen with his hands. If you would just use a sphere, of course, the denser the object, the more vertices you have, the more I guess vertices you have to consider like collisions. So it's maybe possible with like a very, very high density sphere. The next problem would then be though all the stretching. We can test it, of course, but let me just quickly answer the other question. Modeling furniture. So if I want to do quick modeling, basically for quick sketches, for example, if I make a chair, for example, let's go in here and make a chair real quick. Mirror, there you go. So there you go. Thank you. I'll try to make it as understandable as possible, or at least how I understand it. There you go. So we move it up. We have a chair, and the chair, of course, isn't really, hold on, finished until we have a like spot to sit on. Da-da-da. Wait, how would I? Oh, I guess we can just cheat and create another cube inside of the same object. Can we? Yeah, we can. Ta-da. We're just going to cheat because I want to make this quick. There you go. So we have this chair surface at the top where you can sit on, and then you could also like put in a what is this called? I guess like where you can lean on. But then you also have a cube or a pillow. Oh, there you go. So this is part of this. So you have a chair and you have the pillow, a very pointy pillow, but whatever. And then you have these two objects. What I would do if I want to make this quick is I would use what is it called? Procedural textures. Procedural textures basically mean that they're similar to, I don't know if you work with graphic programs like Adobe Illustrator, for example, that use vectors to create graphics. Vectors are basically just mathematical calculations. Or you can also see that with the curves. Basically, this curve is a graph, which means the graph goes from this point all the way to this point. You can see the direction with these arrows, and which means that every graph can be described by a calculation or by a what is it, like a formula. So this graph has a formula, which means the formula doesn't care about the scale, which means you can scale it as big as possible. The like the density or like the resolution always stays the same, which is very useful for vectors, especially if you want to make logos. Sometimes you need logos in like very, very small in the, like this like for a pen, for example, if you want to print it on there. Sometimes you need it for like huge posters. Of course, then you need it in very, very big. So one way you could do that is you could create the logo with a resolution that fits the biggest size, or you create a vector logo. A vector logo doesn't care about the size. It only cares about the mathematical like formula that is behind it. The formula doesn't care about the scale, because there's no value for that in the formula itself, which is also true for textures that you can see in the texture section of the notes. So for example, a noise texture also only has a formula behind it, which means it does not need a defined texture space. You can just define, okay, this noise texture is just basically pasted onto this object in a there's a certain rule behind it, but contrary to, for example, image textures, we can use an image texture. Let me just quickly open something. Let me see. Hold on. Blender Cloud Inspiration. Let's just grab one of my images. How about this dude right here? Can we see them? Oh, so you can see the standard for applying a image texture onto an object is through by grabbing every single face on this object and putting it on a 2D image, basically. So if we switch this to this, all that you can see right here, every face will be pasted onto this 2D plane in some fashion, which is of course bad if you want to, for example, make this face at the top be this image that you can import as a note. We can switch this to the UV editor so you can see how the UV setup. So all these faces that you can see that I selected right now are pasted onto this 2D plane or this 2D image in this fashion. That is a good like topology, or a good yeah, topology is already applied to the standard object like a cube, for example. So that's why this looks pretty good already. What you would have to do to have this top surface be his face is you would have to grab this surface, and then you have to make it bigger until this face covers the whole image. And now if we remove this very quadratic pillow, you can see his face now covers the face at the top. The problem is you can see like this intersection, which is that is because we can see if we select everything again, oh, or like, hold on, everything, oh, there you go. We can see there are more faces that have the same texture applied to it, which is of course a problem. If you want only if you only want the face up here to show this image, and the other ones are, for example, supposed to be, I don't know, like select all the other vertices. If they are only supposed to, for example, show this color at the side, what you can do is you can scale this down, put it over here, and now all the other faces only show this color at the, like, that you can see in the image, like in the background. If you, for example, wanted to go in here and say, okay, this dude Roberto is supposed to have a red nose, you need good topology to put his face onto this 2D plane to then paint a small little red dot where the topology of his nose is. So at the in the spot where these faces are, hold on, we can actually see that. I think if we go in here and select everything, we can see how I set up the topology. I use multiple grids for him, but the basis, this is the body. For example, right here, you can see all the faces. Right there. And the face, I mean the nose should be right here. That is the laid out 2D topology of his face, basically. And if you want to change the color of his nose to red, you would have to go into the area of this basically 2D image that is part of the nose. Go right here, paint this red, and now his nose would be red. If you, for example, want to have custom textures for your pillow, for example, like there's supposed to be like these the thread that is going all the way around the corners, then you would need good topology laid out on the 2D surface right here, so that you can then paint that as a custom texture onto this image, so that you then can import it as a image texture to apply it onto the object, which then of course sees, oh, in that spot where you painted that knit or that thread is this face, for example, which means only this face has the thread which only shows the thread. What you can do if you don't want to have custom textures, so for example, you don't want your pillows to have, for example, wear and tear on certain sides. So for example, if you sit on this chair from here, like if you're sitting in the viewport, like you're looking forward and you're sitting on the chair right now, usually what of course happens is that this side at the front will be like worn because like you rub onto it, which of course is bad, or it's not bad, but it's it means that this is more worn. If you want to customize that, you would have to get good topology to then paint in like worn, like canvas, for example, or like worn whatever material. Yeah, so we can look at that in here, hopefully. Let's see. So bad topology means basically only that it's basically badly laid out onto the 2D UV space, which is for example, for this dude, the UV space, the 2D UV space This is the 3D UV space up here. The 2D UV space you can see down here. Well, let's look at the 2D UV space for this. Not the sphere. The sphere looks like this. Very, very dense, of course, but that is the 2D UV space for a sphere. We can see a primitive sphere like this. The very, very, not like super dense. If we look at that, it's very, very, like, it's easy to see how it's laid out. Let's look at the sculpt. Where's my sculpt? Oh, it creates pins for the simulation. So they're actually like empties that stay in the scene. Okay, good to know. Head sculpt, there you go. So is my circle sphere, there you go. So we can see the scope right there. If we go in here, we can see bad topology. If we look in here, oh wait, there's just nothing. So I don't want to nuke my blender now, but what you could do is you could now lay out the topology. I mean, we could probably try. Let's just, I don't want to save it like this. I guess we could just like do it. There's nothing we really did. So what if we say unwrap? What happened? Oh, so the easiest way to probably show what would happen is if we unwrap this. Basically, unwrapping means laying all the faces out onto this 2D UV space. So if we unwrap this project from view, meaning all the faces will be projected as a 2D, like onto this 2D UV space from where you're looking at it. So if we do that, you can see now all the faces are just lying on top of each other, which is of course very, very bad. If you would, for example, go in here and use Smart UV Project, which is a little bit more elaborate, it kind of estimates, for example, like angles or like corners where it cuts the object into multiple islands. You can see what it looks like now. Very, very messy and very, very hard to work with. For example, now if you want to say, okay, I want to go in here and want to make this eye white. First of all, it's very, very hard to basically, this selection is very, very choppy because you have this corner right there and this corner, maybe including this. You have this edge right there that we need to remove. So if you want to make this white, for example, you can see where it is. It is separated into multiple parts. You have like a very, very small little like triangle right there that you would have to paint white. You have this spot right there that you would have to paint white, and you also have up here a spot that you have to paint white just to make this eye white, which is of course compared to Roberto very, very hard to do, because with Roberto, his eyes, first of all, his eyes are a different model. But if you want to, for example, paint his nose red, as I said before, you just go in here, switch to his face topology and say, okay, these faces need to be red. You immediately know where your topology is for the face. So this is the face. Of course, you can see the eyes, you can see the hands right there. Just looking from back here, for example, you can see, okay, this is the face. Looks kind of weird, but you can immediately see that those are the hands, those are inner parts like ears, eye sockets, this is the body. And if you want to go in here, you can, oh, you can see nothing. Like where's I don't know, her nose. I don't know. So if you want to make yeah, bad topology affects UV texture in the way that it's just way harder to work with, and yeah, that's just how it is. It affects it in a bad way. The way to go around the bad effects is by, hold on, where's my, there it is. So let me bring back the material. Oh, hello. See, now you could clean that up in some way, but a way to kind of cheat UV topology is to use different ways of projecting an image onto, or changing the UV layout or UV texture without having to touch the UV texture itself. That's why you use the mapping node, and the texture coordinate. Right now it's set to UV, that is why it still looks the same as if you don't use any mapping node. That is the standard setting for all image textures. If we would set it to object, it looks way different. Those are just different ways of applying a texture onto an object. I can't remember really. There are different ways of applying the texture onto the object, which is sometimes useful. For example, what you could do, so you could go in here if you want to use this this UV or anything. You could say sphere projection. There you go. And then you can say UV. Now it looks way different because the projection of the texture onto the object is different. But you can see already I have to kind of mix and match and like do some trickery to get my texture to be applied correctly onto this object. If I would retopologize this either with a oh, we can actually try that. Hold on. Where's my my sphere? There it is. We have the sphere right there. Let me remove my sculpt. Okay, so let's bring in the material for that. It's very, very badly applied. What we could do now is we could go in here. Of course, oh, we can see how it is applied onto the sphere. You can see it's very, very stretched, of course. What we could do though is we could go in here and change the mapping. We could rotate this. Da-da-da. Rotate this. Of course, it's still hard to do. But what we can also do, change the scale to make it like smaller. And we could fit it onto this face. You can see it. We can fiddle around with it some more. But what we can also do is we can go into here. We can grab Roberto. We can select the face. Hold on, let me just quickly select everything and then... Oh, we can just apply now the material. We can see it's very, very weird. What we can do now though, is we can just go in here, select the face, select all the vertices that are part of the face. And we can move it. Ooh. Okay, it's kind of stretched because the resolution isn't 1 by 1, which means they stretch the texture. Where's his face? There it is. If we would then align the eyes, for example, with his eyes, we can kind of like, hold on. Yeah, overall, like, I couldn't really figure it out yet, or right there, but it's just basically easier to work with good topology, and sometimes it's required, for example, for animations. For furniture, it may not be necessary, because you can work with stuff like procedural textures, which use a formula. If we apply the noise texture onto here, we can see now it looks like this. We can change the scale to anything. It still has the same resolution because the resolution is infinite. And this way we can, for example, create a wood texture. I don't know, like, I don't know, hold on. Let's see if that works. Takes a while to load. Okay, now we have some semi-wood texture. I don't know, like this. There you go. We can then give it a color. I don't know. There you go. And this way we can use mathematical equation or mathematical textures to fully create textures for this object without having to retopologize it. Or if you want to make custom topology, you would have to retopologize it. Or at least have good topology for furniture. So you basically only need good topology for... Actually, okay. There are just so many different ways you could do it. There's another way how you could create custom textures, which is just not as flexible as than just like creating a good topology. But bad topology definitely affects a UV texture. It only depends on what texture you're using. If you're using a procedural texture, then you could make it work by using different ways of using the mapping and texture coordinate node. So you can see the changes right here. That is the generated way of applying the texture or the noise texture onto this object. If we would use normal, it would look way different. I don't know how normal really does it, but now there's just no noise whatsoever. We can use UV to basically use the UV for to apply the noise, which actually looks pretty good because then now we have this stretching at the sides. Or like object, camera, whatever. Camera is pretty fun because camera can basically looks at the camera, or the camera position, or the way the camera looks at the object kind of defines where the texture is, which means if I move the object... Wait, what? Oh, you can see it, I think. Oh, I know what it is. So if you move this object, you can see the texture stays... I did it before. Maybe like I haven't really learned the rules just like fully yet. But what should happen is if you leave the camera in the same position, the camera basically tells the texture where it's supposed to be located. Oh, now it's the same object that you can see right there. The texture is always aligned to the viewport. So if you move the table, the texture stays in the same spot. If you switch it to object, the texture moves with the object. Maybe you can't really see it because it's like so small. That's the first setting. Hold on. Maybe we can increase the strength. There you go. That's better to see. So now the texture moves with the object. If we switch to window, ooh, the object moves, but the texture doesn't. So there are different ways of applying a texture onto an object. But if you want to have like very distinct details in your models, I would suggest retopologizing your object. Basically, not retopologizing is kind of like a gamble whether or not you can make it work. If you want to be sure that you can do it, then you should retopologize. Okay, let's remove everything we don't need. Oh, we could try, hold on. Where am I? There it is. Okay, let's see if we can use a sphere to to retopologize Robert. So let's go in here, and what is this? No, it needs that. Let's bring in some subdivisions so it's more detailed. Let's also reset his pose. Oh, we have to select everything. Nope. What is it? Oh, reset unkeyed. There you go. Okay. Let's use a sphere. Okay, so UV sphere. Oh, we have to align it with him. First of all, let's bring back the cursor to world origin so we can spawn the sphere right on him. There you go. Okay, so we have to change the Softwrap settings. Source mesh, this sphere right there. Also in front. I mean, at this point, I don't really have any like, I'm just like, it's similar to to a magic trick. You just look at the magic trick and see if it actually works. Like, okay, this dude is just sitting, it's been sitting there in this underwater tank for like 20 minutes. He's just gonna go, like, it's just gonna work, hopefully. So let's see if that works. Let's just see what happens if we first of all, there you go, we don't need Robert. Let's just start and see. Of course we can now just move it around. Reset, there you go. Let's target a mesh, or let's use Robert as the target mesh. Where's my sphere? My god, this this file is so messy. There you go. Okay, let's see what happens if we start. Hold on, I want to remove snapping for now, and then start the simulation. Nothing happens. Okay, snapping strength. Ooh, it goes. But then you can see it tries to stay on top, but you can see now the hand poked through, which is the whole problem with what I said before. Let's see what happens if we bring in some more topology. You can also see like it, like, yeah, let's just go back and then we can, oh, hold on, let me stop the simulation. There you go. Let's bring this back. So you can see what happens. It tries to, of course, like simulate, but you can already see. Let me bring this in front. Okay, so you can see what happens. Right here, the density is very, very low, which means that it just goes through the foot. Like, for example, right here, these vertices don't register that there's the foot, which means the foot just goes right through this face, because the face doesn't know that there's anything. So up until, oh, even these go through. I wonder why. Basically, I guess because of the stiffness. All the way there. Now it sort of starts to deform, I think. It's kind of weird how it works. But let's see what happens if we bring in some more subdivisions. Let's set this to 4. Let's set it to 5. This might be very, very slow. Let's see. Maybe OBS will crash. Let's see. In front, yeah, maybe. Let's go. Oh no, no response. Too much power. Hold on. CPU usage looks pretty good for now. So it can definitely be too big. We can wait a little bit. Maybe it recovers. Maybe it just has to kind of start the simulation and then it's smoother. Maybe the subdivisions are just too high. The biggest problem with full body, I guess, like objects is of course the limbs. They're just too long for the sphere to have topology. It can't really cover the whole body in a effective way, basically. Oh, hello. Okay, it's very, very laggy. Okay, the strength is off, so let's see. Can you see that even? It's like so laggy. Hopefully the stream isn't lagging. It doesn't seem like it. Oh, by the way, is the image quality better now? Is it more like sharper? Hopefully, I've doubled the bitrate, so it should be. I'm now at the minimum requirement or like suggestion for how much bitrate you should have for 1920 by 1080. If it gets bad at some point, I could still downscale the image, but I kind of don't want to do that because the recording is then smaller as well, which is kind of annoying because it's like I kind of want my recording to be HD. Okay, let's see what happens if we increase the snapping. What about putting it to 0.5 for now? Yep. Oh no. We've created a monster. What? Wait, what? Oh no, Patrick Star has been created. I mean, it works kinda. Oh my god. It's sort of like a vacuum seal. Oh my god. It actually doesn't look too bad. Let's see what happens if we put it to 1. Oh no. Now it starts to stretch, you can see right there. What about putting it to 0.7? Point 1 of course means they try as hard as they can, the vertices, to stick to the surface. But yeah, you can see right there. I mean, it works, but you can see right there the limbs can't be separated because there's not enough topology to do that, and the edge flow itself is just not like made for that. I can actually use that for a certain effect. I can show you the effect in a like real quick. I've created a shrink wrap or a vacuum seal for one of my quick sketches. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Where I wanted to create a shrink wrap for one of my quick sketches. I just have to find it. Nope. Is it this one? Nope. And I think now it's way easier to do because I can use this. Oh, there it is. This Softwrap add-on. Hold on. There it is. Yeah, let's use this. So you can see right there. That is the result that I got through the shrink wrap modifier. The shrink wrap modifier works very similar to the Softwrap add-on. Of course, that's where the name comes from. Of course, there's also a soft wrapping method in real life, but and there's also a shrink wrap shrink wrapping method in real life. It basically like just puts the surface onto the surface of the object that you define. If you want to have this effect, what I had to do, oh no, I didn't even use shrink wrap for this vacuum seal effect. I used a cloth modifier and then gave this cloth simulation a negative density. So this outer, I guess, like plastic or whatever, is a closed object, which means if I then give this closed object basically a vortex in the middle, like I reduce the density that is inside of the object, of course it shrinks, which means it looks kind of like a vacuum seal. I'm kind of curious how it looks now if I would use the shrink wrap or Softwrap for this piece as well. But what I want to try first is I want to see what happens, or if I want to actually use my base mesh for this this head. As I said before, the topology of a of a cylinder isn't really good for a head, especially because of this topology up here. So we could also try another thing before we go onto the base mesh. Where's my... There it is. Remove the sphere. Bring back the sculpt. We can also... Hold on. We can use a cube. Of course, a cube is very simple in its setup. We can use that simplicity by applying subdivisions, which make it round. Or like spherical. We can now see the topology is way more even, so maybe we can use a cube to retopologize the head as well. Let's see. The problem with this is still that at some point we need to connect the head topology to the body topology. And to do that, we need a good transition between the two, or the faces have to align, which is probably not possible with a, I guess, a cube topology. But we can see what we can try and see what it looks like. If we, for example, only have the head, then we could use this as well. So, where's my... There it is. Okay, so first of all, define the sphere, the shape object. There you go. We want to have more subdivisions. Let's set it to 6 maybe. Okay, I think 6 is enough for now. Actually, let's do one more. There you go. Okay, let's start the simulation. See what happens. Oh, did I reset the strength? Hopefully I didn't. Did I? Oh no. Okay, it froze again. Oh, hello. Okay. I mean, it's sort of working. It's still figuring itself out, I think. It's still working. It's still working. Oh, strength is at 0.7. Still working. Hold on. Let me just pull this forward. Oh, hello. There you go. Try to help it. I think also the denser the object, the stiffer it is. So what about changing the structural stiffness to 1? Nothing will help. Nothing happens. Okay. What about changing the strength to 1? Oh. I don't know why, but it looks way worse than before. With a sphere. Maybe because we've... It looks like it's still trying to figure out where to go. What is happening? Hold on. Stop. Reset. Let's set it to snapping strength 0 to see what actually happens. So, let's start again. Let's reset. Start again. Okay, so what happens if we first of all bring back the stiffness to 2? So, snapping strength, let's see. Ooh. Oh. Pause. So it seems like the edges of... What happens? I think the problem is... The problem are the normals. Of course, if you look at a cube... Hold on. The cube... Oh, wait, okay. Maybe these points of higher density are the problem. I don't really know why that happens. Let's try that again and see what actually happens. Oh, there you go. Let's start again. Let's like slowly increase the snapping strength so we can at some point like reach the 1. Oh, okay. That's what is it? Oh, simulation steps we can also increase, which just increases the simulation quality. Oh, wait. Simulation steps, simulation quality. Maybe that's how many simulations will be done or calculations will be done in a second, I think. Strength, okay, there you go. Increase. You know, this actually looks similar to what is it? The wrapping method that I used for this one, or what is this wrapping method called again? Not vortex wrapping. I can't think of the name. No, not the simulation method. The wrapping method that's also been used in real life, where you remove the air of, like, where you suck out the air so it like wraps around the object. Oh my god. I can't think of it. I don't even know what to Google. So yeah, vacuum seal or vacuum wrapping, whatever. Yeah. So it kind of looks like that. If you go, oh, I mean, now let's increase the strength to see what happens. You can see it creates similar folds to if you would like vacuum seal it. I think the only problem with with this simulation is that it doesn't have self-collision, which is of course could be beneficial because then like there's no intersecting topology. But it doesn't seem like it has that, and it doesn't seem like there's a way to enable it. Of course, if we set it to strength 1, it gets crazy. What about setting it to smooth? Oh. Okay. Okay. I mean, that was... Oh, hold on. What is happening here? I need a pin. Bring that back. Okay. I mean, it sort of works. Of course, now we can see it kind of doesn't like... Oh, hold on. We can probably pull this down. Just grab some geometry from up there. There you go. So if we have enough geometry, we can also use a cube, which has of course better topology. If you compare it up here, there's just like straight lines compared to the sphere that we had before. Of course, it takes way longer to calculate, but it works. We pull this in, what happens? No, that looks weird. But it works. So if you want to be very quick with this, you could probably just use a cube with subdivisions to subdivide your head. Of course, now it's still the problem that like the problem is right now we haven't really accomplished our goal. The goal was to reduce the density of the mesh, and to keep the details of the mesh we had to, or to keep the shape of the mesh, we had to increase the density. And now the density is maybe a little bit smaller than it was before, but we also lost some detail, so it's not that beneficial. So the last thing that I want to try is I want to actually use my base mesh for like as the geometry that we can use. So first of all, stop simulation, reset. Oh, let me bring in my where's my retopology? Wait, Roberto, we don't need you anymore. Please leave the stage. There you go. So where's my retopology? There it is. Okay, so let's try that again. Let's see if we can somehow put like fix or like create good topology for the face. We've already established which vertices not to use, which means let's start the simulation. Oh, hold on. I wanna... Oh. Okay, it's still laggy. I wonder why it's laggy. Maybe like the cache is full. Oh, hello. An error code. Oh, I know why. We have to define the objects. Let's bring this in there. Okay, so let's start again. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Well, that was just... Wait, what happened? Oh, smoothing. There you go. Okay. Okay. Let's reset. So, wait, what happens if we just start smoothing now? Ooh. Oh, yeah, okay, now I get it. And then smoothing even more. We get this balloon shape. And then just intersecting and getting this step of the hut looking like a model. Okay, let's reset. And let's try to apply the sculpt or the mesh. So it's already started. Let's use mirror, or let's enable mirroring. Let's first of all just start the snapping so we can have a base. We can see it already starts to kind of intersect and kind of go somewhere, wherever that is. We can see deforms, and also like the front gets deformed. What we can do to fix that is, first of all, we can pause. Let's reset it again, and then we can bring in the snapping group, software exclusion. Hopefully it's the right way, which would mean everything that is not selected in this group will be used for simulations, hopefully. If not, then we have to invert the simulation. Oh, okay, what happens now? Okay, I guess we have to reset. I mean, hold on. Reset everything. Let's start again. So, okay, we have to invert the selection. Let's go in here. Select all the selected object, I mean vertices. We can then deselect. Oh, no, hold on. Remove, invert, select, no, assign. Now, let's try again. Start. Okay, no, it already was right. So, okay, let's, hold on. Those are just experiments we have to do. So now we know that everything that is selected in the snapping group will not be affected by snapping. Assign. Okay, so start. Of course, we've only set the snapping to 0.2. So if we increase that even more, we can see the changes. And this already looks pretty good. We can see now the eye holes stay in their spot. We can see some jiggling right here because the topology looks different than, I guess, like, of course, it's not perfect for the hair. That's why it's like jiggly. You can see the ear just gets like pasted onto the surface, which kind of looks weird. But we have especially for the face, it looks pretty good. We can probably see some intersecting parts of the lip. Of course, the lips are parted. That is why. What if we go in here? What if we pause this? We go in here. We remove this part, like the mouth back. We don't need the mouth back. Oh, we can now optimize the base mesh. What we can do first is we can remove the parts that we don't need, like the inner parts. So let's do that. Ta-da. We don't need this. There you go. Remove faces. Oh, remove faces. Then we can connect these. What we can do is just go in here and then Shift X. Oh, hold on. I guess we just have to do it like this. We can sew the mouth shut. Oh, there you go. In here as well. Basically removing the part of the mouth that we don't need and don't see. And then we do the same for the eyes. We can remove the eye part that we don't need. There you go. Maybe more. That looks pretty good. Let's remove the faces. What we can do for this is we can just go in here and say grid fill. Hello. Oh. Stop. Stop. Reset. There you go. Grid fill. Oh, okay. Well, that does work. Guess we have to do it ourselves. Wait, why does grid fill not work? Oh. I guess we just connect these two then. I like to do it ourselves. So that's just, I guess, what we have to do if the topology doesn't really work that well for like the way we wanna, or the way the goal shape looks like, I guess. It's very, very easy. So it's not like a big deal to do this. Oh, we have a triangle here. That's not a good thing. But I guess we'll just live with it for the sake of trying it, experimenting with it. It's not like super necessary to make it perfect. Oh, bring in a cut. Okay, so we've finished the eyes. Now the eyes are more like the final, I guess, sculpt. We could also increase the subdivisions, but I'm not going to do that now. I'm just going to see what happens if we then, if we now start the simulation again. Let's reset everything. Let's start. Whoop. Okay, so of course the ears are still jiggling because we haven't changed the ears. We can see the mouth looks kind of weird. Hold on. Get the strength set of 1. What if we make this loose real quick and then start snapping again? Yeah, we kind of have to move this around to kind of fix the mouth first. So let's see if that works. So we kind of have to pull it back to fit onto the mouth. There you go. Now we still have this part. There you go. Now the mouth looks pretty good. The nose, we have some weird jiggling right there. Let's see if we can fix that. Let's remove in front so we can see what is happening. I mean, hold on, what if we enable smoothing a little bit? Oh, we've... There you go, okay. Well, what if we... Oh, we have to pause the whole thing. In front. Start again. Oh. Then, smoothing. Oh, we have to, I guess, pause again. Why can I not... Oh, there it is. Hey, it's kind of weird to work with this when I'm on top of the model itself. Okay, now if we enable smoothing, it kind of smooths. Who would have guessed? The nose gets weirder now, so maybe smoothing isn't a good idea. Let's bring it back. That's of course just what they also mentioned in the, I guess, blog article. You kind of have to experiment with it to get the best results. You can see we don't really have that much geometry for the braid. That's what I said before. So we would either have to add some more geometry at the back there, or maybe increase the density of the mesh. Let's see if we can fix the eyes. The eyes looks kind of weird. Where are the eyes? Oh, there they are. Okay, so we can already see... Oh, maybe we should remove the mirror effect. I think that was kind of the problem here. So we can now fixate the eyes. What is it? Yeah, okay. Right there. Let's remove the... No, we can't remove the Softwrap exclusion. Let's just kind of see if we can put it on here and make it like work. Okay, the other eye. Okay, now it's just like time to figure out what's where. So just learning by doing, I guess. Oh, what is happening here? Oh, that's the eye, okay. Now it sticks. Does it? It's still kind of jiggly. I guess that's because of the density. We have a denser mesh, maybe easier. The ear, of course, is just like a different topology that doesn't really jive with the shape that is like that it's supposed to, I guess, deform to. But like with a very basic, we want to look at that as a very basic, I guess, retopology. I think that could work. So now we have the basic retopology. What we could do to make this better is we could increase the density. So that's probably what I'm going to do now. We have the very, very basic laid out topology. Let me just quickly fix some things and then we can do the cleaning, I guess, or I don't think face snapping works for, oh, first of all, hi, GCOM 512. The problem is, wait, does it work? Oh yeah, it actually works. Oh, nice. Thanks for the tip. Oh, now it actually, okay, well, that was simple. Now it actually isn't like jiggling around. I guess that's because of it's actually like if the pins aren't perfectly on the surface, it just sort of jiggles around because it tries to go to the surface, but like it has a certain gap between the pin and the surface. So if we do that for this one, does it help? I guess we have to find the topology first. Maybe reduce that. Oh, now it gets a little bit easier. We have the ear, of course, which of course is still kind of weird. Moving it around. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, let's keep it for like that for now. We're probably gonna have problems with the ears. If you want to like optimize this, we would like go in here, pause, and then oh, maybe stop. Go into the base mesh and then remove the ear, like replace it with just a basic topology in here. So that's probably a way I would optimize it. I would also put in some more geometry back here, just so we have some like more geometry for the braid and also for this part of the braid down here. Right now there's just not enough, but let's see if we can fix some of these problems or like give it more detail by first of all applying the whole thing. Now the shape key is removed and like the base mesh has been shaped to what it like was, what the simulation basically simulated. Let's remove, no, we don't have to remove anything. We can now go in here. First of all, I'm going to set this to in front so we can see the geometry. What we can then do is first of all use subdivision surface to increase the density, maybe to 2. And then what we could use is we could use a shrink wrap modifier. We can set this to project on surface, negative and positive. And then what is it supposed to project onto? Of course, the target is the head sculpt. There you go. Da-da-da. We can kind of more detailed, or hold on, I mean, we could probably do the same with like if we increase the level, then we could probably also do the same with the Softwrap. So let's try that. What if we enable or apply the subdivisions? Let's start the simulation again. Let's see what happens. Maybe it lags a little bit because of... Okay, doesn't. Perfect. There you go. Oh, hello. We can see it now like fits better onto the sculpt. Of course, we can still see the geometry is very, very loose and very, very... there isn't that much geometry for the braid, just because it has to stretch so far that there's just not much left. We can also see the braid just like merges with the neck, because there isn't really a neck part or a braid part in the base mesh. So that is probably something you could change. But overall, it's a very, very fast and easy tool to use to create or a good replacement for the shrink wrap modifier, and also a good way to retopologize without having to create a new retopologize geometry every time for every single object. We can just use the base mesh. Of course, if you apply it, then there's no the base mesh doesn't like exist anymore. Maybe we can go all the way back to the point where I haven't applied the shape. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Perfect. So right there, you can see what it looked like before. Hold on, where's my... Oh, shape keys aren't applied anymore. We can reset this. No, we can't. I guess we have to go even further before we've applied the whole thing. There it is. Okay. So, without the changes, the geometry, the base mesh looked like this. And then with the modifier or the Softwrap 2 add-on, it projects the whole thing onto the sculpt, and we can use this geometry, this old geometry that I've used before, for this new sculpt very easily. I've been like, we've been working with this tool, and we've basically created 3 separate retopologies for this sculpt. If I would have to create a custom retopology for this sculpt, that would basically probably take me multiple hours. So in only like 2 hours or so, we've created 3 different retopologies for the same head. Yeah, and doing a full retopology of the face, which would probably take me way, way longer. So that's a very good way of retopolizing stuff very fast, very effective, and still having the same quality. Of course, if you have these special cases with a braid, for example, it's a little bit harder. You have to kind of customize this base mesh a little bit, so you can like include this part. But yeah, you can still do that as well to optimize like the geometry. But I would say the add-on was definitely worth it. The time that I saved just like by very easily applying a base mesh onto another sculpt, it's just so much more worth than the $40 that it cost. So yeah, I think almost every tool that saves time is like worth its price, because the time that you save is just invaluable. Imagine like the time, like the time that you save you can spend on another project. So yeah, at least for me, time is the most valuable asset. That's why I think this this tool is worth it. We haven't created the perfect base mesh just yet. Maybe with some more fiddling around and fixing some of these extremities, like the ear, for example. Just the topology doesn't really fit with the current ear, I guess, shape that we have here. Also the braid, we would kind of have to kind of fix the base mesh we already had, because the base mesh doesn't have hair. If we fix all this up, I think we can very easily create a very good retopology for this head with like in a very short amount of time. So yeah, that is Softwrap 2. I was actually kind of surprised, especially if once we've tried the sphere. Let me see if I can still still have the sphere. Cylinder, plane, this one? No, I think I deleted the sphere. I mean, we can still like do it real quick. Oh, that's a sphere. There you go. Let's just quickly do the same thing again. It just looked too good. There you go. Use the sphere. Also bring this back to 0 and then start the simulation first. Okay, so now going here, snapping. Let's snap this sphere onto the face or onto. Oh, hold on. What's different? Sphere head sculpt. Oh, we have to change this pause. There you go. Snapping strength. Zip. Has to figure itself out. Once it's there, let's see. I think we've done it slower before. That's why it's kind of like all over the place right now. Maybe we were just lucky before, but I don't think so. I think it still has to figure itself out, and then maybe using a smooth, like a little bit of a. Maybe increasing the strength some more. Also bringing this to in front. You mean, do you think so? The scale? Hold on. Okay, let's reset this. Yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, maybe. So if we make this just a little bit bigger than the head, should work better. That's a good observation. Hold on. There you go. Like that. Oh, maybe a little bit more. There you go. Okay, let's try that again. Bring this back to 1. Is it at 0.1? Works. Start. There you go. Now increase the snapping. Da-da-da. Just so satisfying to see. Let's bring it. Is it? Oh, in front. There you go. Bring it even higher. Snapping. Zip. And there you go. Perfect topology. Of course, you can't really use a sphere because of the topology up here. That's just like unusable. But if you need a very, very quick retopology, yeah, you can use a sphere. And then hold on. Then we can apply. What if we then use a shrink wrap to kind of make it even better? I don't know. I mean, I guess to make it like, I kind of thought maybe we could use shrink wrap to kind of bring in some more detail, but I think Softwrap 2 is basically just a shrink wrap 2.0 because it does the same, but it's interactive. It is real time, and you can like play around with it even more and like more interactively. With shrink wrap, you just have to set all the settings. So let's try that. What if we reset? Oh, we have to probably go back all the way back before we've applied the shape. There you go. So with with shrink wrap, we can see what happens. With Softwrap 2, with shrink wrap, we have to set the target. Of course, the scoped, head scoped, and there you go. What happened? We could then of course change the settings so like it's a little bit better on surface, project on surface negative. There you go. We can probably achieve similar results, but first of all, moving the whole thing is of course a little bit like more difficult. Hold on, where's my there it is. Where's my geometry? Just gone. Oh, there it is. First of all, of course, it's a modifier, so it still displays the sphere in its sphere shape in the edit mode. So if you move this part around, doesn't really help much because like, yeah, doesn't really work that well. So it's not interactive. You can push around the geometry, and it's basically just a guessing game onto what settings you have to change to make it look better. I don't know, do you have to change the face call front? Nope, doesn't work. Back, well, what is that? And like, it's just, yeah, just saying, okay, let's start the simulation, let's go. Waiting to start the simulation and then zip. Okay, looks pretty good already. How about let's figure it out. Let's figure itself out first, and then we can push it around. Wait, why is there a second layer? Oh, there it is. Yeah, just, I don't know. I think I'm never gonna use shrink wrap again. What is the second layer? Where is that coming from? Hold on. Maybe we can relax it to kind of fix itself. Pull it over here. There you go. Yeah, just, it's also more fun to work with. Like pushing this stuff around. Like there. Okay, we have some folds right there. Maybe relaxing those. There you go. Pushing them over here. Okay. Maybe we can include this part as well. Pushing that down there. And then snapping strength. Zip. We have some weird deformations right there, but I guess that's just because in the beginning we've increased snapping that like really quickly. What about resetting it? Doing it again. Setting this to 0. Start. And there you go. Starting very low. This way, like, it doesn't go through the surface. It has time to calculate all the collision, and then just going higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. We have the final sculpt, or the final retopology. We can even include the braid down here by applying a pin. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There you go. Making it bigger to bring in some more geometry down there. Moving it down. And oh. It sort of works. Of course, the geometry still has to stretch a lot, so it looks kind of weird. But it could work. Yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that using a sphere actually works that well. It would probably be better. You could either fix this part up here by going into the geometry and like replacing this, I don't know, like weird topology with something more like with good topology actually. But yeah, that's how we could optimize this. Problem, of course, with this topology for this piece itself, like this specific piece, is I want to retopologize the body as well. Which means I have at the end a face ring, or like a ring of faces right there, which I then can connect to the face. Which is not possible with the current setup of the faces. What do you mean with can I rotate the sphere first? Do you mean rotating the sphere so that the weird topology is like on this side, or like right there, right there? Hold on, let me see. Reset. Hold on, let me see. Okay, let's see. There you go. Let me see the oh, hold on. There you go. No, where's the face? Wait, it's still there, but it's not visible. Oh, there it is. Okay. Now, if we see that correctly, yep, now it's right there. You can see it. Okay, let's see what happens now. It will probably look even worse because now it's like right on the nose probably, but we can see what happens. I also wonder what happens if we increase... Oh, hold on, let me do that a little bit differently. We can see some intersection again. Reset. Zip. Let's start. Okay, snapping strength. Oh, okay. That's even worse now. Yeah, this topology is not good. I think the way the vertices try to stick together is just bad with this weird topology. You can see like, oh my god, looks like a tumor. Let's look at the back. Yeah, it's not good. I kind of wonder what happens if we increase the simulation steps. Oh, okay. Okay. What happened? What's happening? Maybe simulation steps can decrease the jittering by more accurately placing, or by like increasing the quality of the simulation. But yeah, you can see what happens. The topology doesn't really work that well. I don't know if there's a maximum. You can see there's no bar at the bottom. You can see a bar, but you can see no bar at the simulation steps. I mean, we can see what happens. Okay, hold on. You know, hold on. I'm gonna... Oh, wait, what? Zip. Okay, that's pretty interesting. Hold on. Reset. Let's bring this back to the top. Okay, let's try that again. In front, snapping strength is 0. Let's increase the snapping quality to 20. Simulation steps, let's set it to 20 again. Let's set it to 20 as well. Start the simulation. Okay. Simulation steps looks pretty good. Of course, we have to enable snapping strength. Problem, of course, is now... Okay, what is that? Oh, wait. So does it... No, what? What is that? Okay. Hold on. I don't really know what's happening. Why is the quality making it worse? Plasticity? What is that? Minimum allowed rest length. Okay. How often to update the snapping direction from the source mesh to the target mesh? Okay, what about putting this to 0 or 1? Okay. What about setting the simulation steps to 1? Oh, something happened. I don't know what, but it... it's still trying to fix itself. It gets better and better. Maybe because of like I've reduced the simulation quality. We have some jiggling going. Oh, we can now test what happens if we increase the snapping quality. Maybe the jiggling stops. Nope. Apparently that's not what happened. Okay, what about simulation steps? Oh, now everything moves again. And everything gets worse. Okay, so I'm not quite sure why or what these performance settings do, but they have to have a like some sort of use. I don't know what, but maybe we can figure that out at some point. I think we've made, I think there was a successful experiment. We've played around with the Softwrap too. I think it's very, very promising and very useful tool. Oh, wait. Are you the person that created the add-on? Oh no. I mean, can you, if so, can you explain it? Oh no, okay, hold on. Can you explain how it works, or the simulation steps, what they actually do? Because do you just randomly browse through like Twitch and then see Softwrap and then see, oh, that might be interesting to see. Yeah, so the first thing is probably pretty simple to, like, it's basically similar to the cloth setting, for example. There's a similar setting, quality steps, I think. Quality of max simulation steps. I think that entails simulation steps and also maybe something quality. I don't know. But what does snapping quality mean? How often? Oh yeah, there's a small mistake. How often to update the snapping direction? Not how often. Now I've actively helped the development of the add-on. I feel proud of myself. Okay, how often to update the snapping direction from the source mesh to the target mesh? Yeah, it seems that it makes it more unstable. Maybe there's like a certain maybe it depends on how or what the mesh looks like, that different settings are better. So maybe if we have if we use the base mesh actually to apply it onto the sculpt, maybe then a higher simulation or a higher snapping quality is better. Maybe the quality just is confused because the sphere is just like isn't really like the best, I guess, mesh to be wrapped onto this object. Okay, let's try again. Hold on. Yeah. So, oh, quality down. Wait, did I pause the whole thing? Why is it so laggy? Oh, it's also smooth. Hold on. Okay, doesn't really change much. I don't know why it's so laggy now. Oh, I have a cloth modifier applied. There you go. Okay. Yeah. I guess that's just another way to optimize the wrapping. By playing around with these settings, you can probably get better results depending on what kind of geometry you use. So as you said in the description, just playing around. Oh wait, what? Okay, hold on. Oh yeah, we haven't played around with plasticity yet. Minimum allowed rest length for edges. So I guess that's the... Isn't that similar to the stiffness? Minimum allowed rest length. No. Hold on, let's put this to 0. Okay, nothing. What about putting this to 0 or to 1? Okay. Oh. Okay, so that's probably the length. Oh. The length that the edges are able to rest the scale. So if we go in here and every edge has a base scale, and the maximum rest length or scale is 11. If right now it's 11. Let's see what plasticity does. Okay. Yeah, so if you put this to 0, then it would like collapse in itself, or at least like it would still respect the snapping. But if we that said no, now it should like shrink into nothingness, right? It's just very, very slow. Okay, hold on. Oh, bring back the nose. There you go. Okay, hold on. Let's change plasticity. Is there a way to reset all these settings? Hold on. Reset, I guess reset just resets all the settings. Okay. Plasticity, what is that? Amount of semi-permanent deformation per frame. Okay. Yeah, as you said before. Amount of restoration to the semi-permanent deformation per frame. Oh yeah. I've never used that before. Not even in animations or like rigging. I've always used like for rigging at least like the reset to default. Okay. So right now there are no changes, but I guess those are very min-maxy changes. Hold on. There you go. Yeah, I'll probably have to play around with those a little bit more to really understand all of them. But yeah, good job. That'll be a very useful tool in the future. Like, I think the most impressive thing was just using a sphere to like wrap it around or retopologize the whole sculpt. That was kind of crazy. Yep. Thanks for this this add-on. It saved a lot of time. Probably took you a lot of time, but I guess now you're getting some money back at least. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna play around with this some more. Maybe I can figure out a way to optimize the base mesh for this sculpt. Maybe I just need to, you know, the good thing is I can now make the base or the retopology even rougher, I think, because I don't need that much, I don't need to be that accurate, I think, but I have to play around with it some more. Yeah, the settings are very easy to understand. There aren't that many, especially if you've already worked with stuff like simulations. I think then it's pretty pretty intuitive. Snapping strength, of course, is the most important setting. I don't know if maybe like I would have expected the snapping strength to be right underneath initialization. Oh no, and underneath the sort like the mesh definition because of the workflow, I guess. So maybe a feedback from my side would maybe be to like structure, if that's of course possible and you want to spend the time to do that, to structure the organization or like the order of all the settings so that they go from very basic or basically follow the workflow in the beginning. Okay, that would mean that the simulation would be at the bottom, but yeah, so maybe leaving the simulation at the top I think is a good idea. Maybe then first of all having this, I think it's good, display wire in front, source mesh can be right there. Then maybe, yeah, symmetry can maybe also stay there, but then changing stiffness. Oh, hold on, where am I? Where are my steps? Wait, what did I do? Oh, nope. Wait, did I just... Hold on. Oh, there it is. Snapping, putting that maybe underneath underneath symmetry. And then you could fine tune the whole thing with stiffness, smoothing, and plasticity, and then performance. I think performance is the one setting that's gonna impact the result the least. So I think putting it at the bottom is pretty good. Yeah, I think the only criticism I have right now, or the only feedback rather, would be to set the snapping underneath maybe symmetry or underneath the mesh definition. But other than that, I'm glad I found your tweet a week ago or so, where you showcased like a finished retopology and then like pulled the model all the way behind the sculpt so that it then when you hit play just snaps back to its previous or to where the pins are. It was very satisfying to look at. Basically a retopology in real time. Yep. Anything else? I don't think so. Smoothing. Okay. Yeah. I just have to play around with it some more, maybe to get in a little bit deeper and understand it a little bit more. But the first impression is very, very good. I can only wholeheartedly recommend this add-on. I think it's very worth its price. I think the time that you save by using this add-on is 100% more worth than the time or the money that it costs. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for visiting. Thank you for giving some like advice or some tips and some of the developer inside. Was very cool. I'm definitely gonna like perfect this. This is probably gonna be my favorite new tool. And yeah, hopefully you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for visiting. If you want to listen to my previous topics again, where we went through Cycles X and of course Softwrap, the second topic, if you want to go back to Cycles X or even my quick sketch, you can watch the VOD on YouTube or on Twitch. But on YouTube I'm going to put in timestamps so you can go back. But if not, then thank you for visiting. Thank you for chatting or just visiting, whatever. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your day. And yeah, maybe I'll see you next time. Until then, if you want to find me somewhere, I mean, it's probably better. It's probably a good. You're probably not like it's probably not like very often that you can just like observe someone like learning the tool. I think that's pretty rare. Or did you like do some sort of test group to see how it works? I guess you've just basically imagined it yourself how somebody would go through the whole process. I think you did a great job with making it very intuitive. I can imagine like the script and all that behind that can be quite complex. I did not really have any big problems. There wasn't really anything that was confusing, because even the basic settings were really good and really were really good from the start. So then just going through all the settings and just like changing a few values, for example, isn't like, it's not like you do some stuff. For example, it's similar to cloth simulation. You can compare it to cloth simulation. I made that comparison before. I don't know if you were here before with this. That's this image I made using a cloth simulation, and then just setting the inner the inner pressure to negative, so that it just would shrink, similar to how the add-on works, to create this image. And it was just like super difficult to really work with the cloth simulation, because it's so slow. You would have to do like go in here and do the cloth simulation and do a few settings, change a few settings, and then you have to wait for a few, like for a minute or so, maybe a little bit, like 30 seconds or so, to see the changes. Okay, maybe the changes aren't really visible, like changing, like, I don't know, shearing on a cloth simulation doesn't really do much, so you don't really know what's happening. So it's really nice to see, or it helps the intuitivity or whatever, that it's like real time and that you can just push it around. So yeah, I think it's a very beginner friendly tool to use. Maybe, of course, it helps to have basic modeling knowledge, I guess, but I think everyone that's been working with Blender or has done Retopology before can use this tool very easily in a effective way. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you for watching. I'm probably gonna not work, or I'm not gonna play around with this or with the add-on tomorrow. Tomorrow we're just gonna work on the hand, hopefully at least finish the base of the hand. I don't even know where the hand is. There it is. Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem with every, like, with a project that you do. Like, you know how it works, but how do you convey your knowledge to someone that doesn't know how it works and how the inner workings work? You probably know exactly what however, like semi or scale plasticity work, because you've programmed it and you defined exactly how it works. But if you have to figure it out by just looking at it, then it's a little bit more difficult. Yeah, but I think it's very intuitive. So good job. Yep. Do you have any more questions? If not, then I would sign off. Thank you for visiting. Thank you for giving me tips. I'll definitely use this a lot in the future. Yep. I think also the videos that you've provided in the description are very helpful. They make it very, like, it's very, like, easy to see how it works and what the workflow is. I think that's also a good way, or a good thing that you did. Very, very, like, I saw the promo video basically on your Twitter, and I kind of knew, or I kind of expected, or I kind of had a theory how it works, but then looking at the workflow videos on in your description basically of the add-on really helped me to understand how it actually works and what the workflow is. So yeah, those are very, very helpful, especially for stuff like the hand, like the post hand. You can see that it's very easy to even use like semi, or not semi-perfect, I guess, models, and use those to retopologize, like, I guess, like, for example, the post hand. You can just like smooth it, or like change the topology, and it still works fine. So the videos are very, very, very nice. Yep. Oh, hold on. Maybe, I don't know if that, so of course, the only thing that I had to look up on the internet in the Softwrap manual is how you add a pin. That's the only thing I had to look up. All the other stuff is very intuitive. The only thing I didn't know was how to add a pin. I looked through the settings. Maybe I've just, I didn't see it. The only thing I saw was that you can delete the pins with this setting, or with this button. I don't know how you... Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, so, yeah. Yeah, okay. I guess that's just a bug then, that it's not visible. But yeah, that's maybe another point. I didn't know how to add pins without going to the wiki or the manual. But those are the only two things that I didn't understand. Of course, it's probably just the way the add-on works, but of course there are the pins are basically just empties that then have a certain radius in which they pin the vertices, or like affect the vertices, and they are like basically empties in the collection, or in the scene collection basically. Maybe, at least, I mean, that's probably a very, very minor thing. If you want to optimize it perfectly, I guess, or if you want to like min-max the add-on, maybe it would be nice to create a collection where all the pins are in. But I mean, you could also just like select all the empties in here and then put them in a collection. But yeah, I mean, doesn't really make a big difference. So that's maybe like a min-max, I guess, feedback. Or of course, if that's possible, maybe you could make those add-on in turn, so they're not even in the collection. But I guess that's just how the add-on works. So maybe that's not possible, because then you don't have them in this list. Hold on, you can even see the list, like in this list. You don't have them in there, so they don't like clog up your whole collection. You just have them inside of the add-on. Or maybe they're invisible. I don't know if that really is possible, but like, yeah, just a way to keep the collection clean. Yeah, I mean, probably not worth the time to do that. So yeah, I mean, didn't really bother me that much. It just surprised me that they were there, but I guess just make a new collection on your own and then you're good. And of course they're just temporary, so you can just delete them once you're done. So yeah, just forget that. Yeah, I think that's everything I kind of had as feedback. I think everything else is very good. Yeah. Of course, if you wanna like, if you're if you want to be very, very strict, stuff like, hold on, where is it? I don't even remember where it was. There it is. Like grammar, correcting stuff like this tooltip, how often to update the snapping, and changing the name from source mesh with a small s to a capitalized S to make it like unified. I mean, those are probably like, you know, those are the changes that you would do when you think like, okay, I have some more time, I want to like make this perfect. But they didn't bother me, so if you don't want to spend time on that, yeah. Those are like cosmetic changes. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Oh, no. Do you think you could use this sort of real-time simulation? Do you think that that is also possible? I don't know if you've already tried that, but using this simulation method for cloth simulations to make those like real-time as well, or at least as far as I understand it, cloth simulations right now in Blender are those super slow because the way they use the processing power of the PC, it just doesn't have too much yeah, maybe, yeah, I don't know if that's possible. I guess the problem would be right now you don't have any so the only pull you have is from the snapping. Maybe the difficulty is creating a global pull which pulls the cloth down. Gravity, basically. And also it does, like, yeah, gravity isn't really there. Yeah, oh yeah, self-collision, which is of course not part of this add-on, which of course is unnecessary. So yeah, so yeah, self-collision is probably a big problem. Yeah, okay. It would definitely be very it would be very, very helpful if there was an add-on that could make real, or like real-time not collisions, cloth simulations similar to Marvelous Designer. It's possible. Like, if you look at Marvelous Designer, it's definitely possible, but it's yeah, maybe just a whole like a very different setup when it comes to how the add-on would have to be set up. The structure in itself would probably have to be a very different. Yeah. I'm very glad I found your tweet. Yeah. yeah, I mean, as far as cloth simulations go, I would just use Marvelous Designer or like Sculpt Cloth, I guess. But other than that, yeah, it was probably very helpful for you as well. I'm glad I could help in the research, or at least like the development. And yeah, thank you for making this. And I'm glad I could repay you by giving you my time or my my first impression. Do I have to save this? I don't think so. I don't think I've changed anything. Perfect. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna sign off now. Thank you for joining. I'm glad our paths crossed and we were able to exchange value, I guess. And yeah, hopefully you enjoyed the rest of your day. And yeah, hopefully what do I want to say? Yeah, hopefully you enjoyed the rest of your day. That's all. Thanks for visiting and giving me feedback. Yep, I'll see you then. Take care. Signing off.